Chapter 4285. Indeed, a large number of scarlet demons had been lured over, but Shen Xiang was not in a hurry to retrieve the Sazaka silk. Seeing Shen Jinyi rushing in, he could only chase after her and pull her back. "We have to hurry." Shen Jinyi was very anxious. She wanted to break free from Shen Xiang's grasp. "There's danger," Shen Xiang said in a deep voice. "Do you think this tree hole is so simple?" After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he used the 6 realms mirrors to shine in front of him, emitting a strong white light that illuminated the tree hole. At this time, many densely packed red threads could be seen forming a net in front of them. If not for the 6 realms mirrors' illumination, they would not have been able to see the red net. "This is a trap array," Shen Xiang said. "If we touch it, it will definitely be very dangerous. Perhaps some killing arrays will be activated." Boom! 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 It was also at this time that the big tree began to tremble violently. Bursts of explosive sounds came from outside. It should be the scarlet demons attacking the big tree. Shen Jinyi also calmed down at this moment. She could enter after breaking the barrier outside, but that was not enough. There were indeed other obstacles here. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too easy to obtain the Sazaka silk? Then what should we do now? Shen Jinyi looked outside the cave entrance, and a very dense demonic aura came from it. "Don't worry, this tree hole is very small. Those guys won't be able to enter for the time being," Shen Xiang said. "And did you notice? The forest on this island is very dense." "That's right, there are many giant monsters on the Scarlet Demon Island, and those monsters are very powerful. However, the trees on the Scarlet Demon Island are completely intact and have not been destroyed, which means that these trees are very strong." Shen Jinyi also calmed down. She had been blinded by the Sazaka silk, so she did not consider so many details. "That's why I said calm down." Shen Xiang laughed, then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to continue shooting out rays of light, illuminating the red net in front of him. "Your little mirror is really powerful. It's a very fast-flying treasure, and it can also produce a very strong protective shield. It can search for the Sazaku silk, break through the very strong barrier outside, and now it can discover this kind of trap array." Only now did Shen Jinyi realize that the flying magic weapon she had ridden on so many times was actually so powerful. "Do you know what I like most about this little mirror?" Shen Xiang laughed. "You definitely won't be able to guess the biggest advantage of this little mirror. What else is so magical about it? Wait, I remember now. This thing seemed to have flown out before, and then broke the divine equipment on those people's bodies, and then poisoned them." Shen Jinyi recalled and said in shock, "This small mirror is also an attacking weapon?" When she was Shen Xiang's slave girl, she had participated in a battle with Shen Xiang, but at that time, Shen Xiang used poison. "It does have the ability to attack, but this is not the best place for me." Shen Xiang laughed. "What is this little mirror of yours? Why does it seem like you can do anything?" Shen Jinyi snorted lightly. "I'm too lazy to guess. Just tell me directly. The me reflected in the mirror is the most handsome and beautiful me." Shen Xiang chuckled. "If you don't believe me, I'll show you later. You'll look even better in the mirror." "I don't believe it. I'm already beautiful enough. Looking in the mirror is still my original appearance. It's impossible for me to be that beautiful." Shen Jinyi was filled with doubt. "I'm also very handsome, but I can be even more handsome when I look in the mirror. I won't lie to you," Shen Xiang said. "All right, let me try later." Shen Jinyi's curiosity was also piqued. She also wanted to see a more beautiful version of herself. Only now did she realize that she was actually the same as Shen Xiang. Both of them were rather narcissistic and were filled with incomparable confidence in their own looks. Therefore, they did not attack each other's looks. After all, they both acknowledged that each other's looks were extremely high. After a while, the red net in front of them finally disappeared. "It's settled," Shen Xiang said. "Quick, let me look in the mirror." Xin Jini said. Wait, there are still a lot of them in front. Shan Xiang continued to hold the mirror and shone it in front of them. He said, Wait until we get the vermilion bird, tender thread, and leave this damned place. Xin Jini nodded. She also saw that in front of them, a set of blue net gradually appeared. This time it was blue. Outside, the beast roars were unceasing. The trees were also being crazily attacked. There were even crimson devil monsters that stuck their faces to the entrance of the cave and constantly spewed scorching evil energy into it. Chapter 40, 286. Seeing that Shunjini had been scared back, Xinxiang suddenly felt that this charming and cold woman was actually a little cute. Previously, she had shouted loudly for him to open the way, but in the end, she had just run out and was scared back. You are the demon soul empress. You can't be so cowardly. Xinxiang could not help but laugh. Be more serious. The Crimson Demon Cultivator is very strong and they can even fly. Shan Jini said with a serious expression, There are a lot of them right now. Although my cultivation is above theirs, if I am surrounded by them, it will definitely be difficult to escape. I can only use this. Shen Xiang waved the 6 realms mirrors in his hand. As long as we fly out of the Crimson Demon Island, we will be done. Shan Jini nodded. She was more at ease with Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors. Shen Xiang had made the 6 realms mirrors much bigger, enough for him and Shen Jini to stand on. Because this tree hole was too small, the 6 realms mirrors could not become too big. As a result, when Xin Xiang and Shen Jini stood on the 6 realms mirrors, they could only stick close to each other. In order to make them stand more steadily, Shen Jini even hugged Xin Xiang tightly. She did not mind too much right now. After all, it was a dangerous moment right now. We can go out now, Shen Jini said. It's best to increase our defense so that we won't be attacked by them. Let's go. Shen Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly out. After going out, he saw many Crimson Demon Cultivator. They all had a pair of bat wings on their backs, and their bodies were covered in red scales. Their heads were like bat heads, and they also had long purple hair that draped over their shoulders. Seeing the 6 realms mirrors flying out, the Crimson Demon Cultivator let out a series of sharp cries. The 6 realms mirrors' speed was extremely fast, mainly because Xin Xiang realized that the Crimson Demon was indeed very scary. No wonder Shinjini was so scared that he retreated back. The Crimson Demon Cultivator was also crazily chasing after the 6 realms mirrors, but they could not catch up no matter how fast they were. Although their speed was very fast, they were still lacking compared to the 6 realms mirrors. It had to be known that Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors was currently burning a large number of heavenly jewels, which was why it was able to reach such a speed. During the flight, the 6 realms mirrors also gradually grew larger, and Xin Xiang and Shinjini could both sit on the 6 realms mirrors. But in order to sit more firmly, Shinjini still hugged Xin Xiang tightly. The Crimson Demon chased after the 6 realms mirrors all the way until the 6 realms mirrors flew out of the Crimson Demon Island. We're finally safe. I keep feeling a little strange. Shanjini looked at the group of Crimson Demon Cultivator-s that were flying back and said doubtfully, There are quite a few of them, hundreds of them. They chased after us all the way, and their speed was also very fast, but they didn't seem to be hostile and didn't attack us. That's right, they're just making unpleasant noises. Xin Xiang said. Then did you use your mind's eye to look at them? Shanjini hurriedly asked. Your mind's eye should be able to see if they are reliable or not. I can't tell, and I don't know what's going on. Xin Xiang shook his head. The 6 realms mirrors floated in the air above the Azure Sea, and was not very far away from the Scarlet Demon Island. It could be said to be very safe here. Now we can open that box. Shen Jini rubbed his hands, looking forward to the Suzaku tenderness, seeing the light of day again. Although she had to lend it to Xin Xiang for 10 years, as long as the Suzaku tenderness did not approve of Xin Xiang, it would still belong to her. Even if the Suzaku tenderness recognized Xinxiang, it would only be lent to Xinxiang for 10 years. To her, 10 years was not too long. There's a keyhole here. Shan Zhini pointed to a small hole in the box and said, We feel that it's best to use a gentler method to open it, so as to avoid any traps in this box that will cause damage to the Suzaku tenderness. Xinxiang took out a small knife, which was the green dragon demon slayer after it had shrunk. Under his control, the green dragon demon slayer became like a chopstick. It was as thin as a chopstick and then inserted into the keyhole. After that, Xinxiang controlled the green dragon demon slayer to gradually grow larger, destroying the keyhole. Kacha! The box suddenly bounced open. Shinjini, who was holding her breath, was so scared that her delicate body trembled. Chapter 4287. The vermilion bird's tender thread had just broken out of its shell, and the Crimson Devil Island had such a huge commotion, which was why Xinxiang connected the dots. The Scarlet Devil Island had always been protected by a barrier. Therefore, the Scarlet Devils on the island couldn't come out at all. They couldn't leave the island. Although those scarlet demons looked very evil and ferocious and also very strong, they seemed to have never left the Scarlet Demon Island. When Xinxiang was in Azure Billow Sea City, he had never heard of any news regarding the Scarlet Devil Island and the Scarlet Devils. In other words, very few people could reach this area, and it was even more impossible for them to reach the island and see the Scarlet Demons. The Azure Billows sea was very big. If one couldn't fly, it would indeed be very difficult to reach the Scarlet Devil Island. Although saints could fly in the past, there were still all kinds of dangers in the Azure Wave Sea, so very few people could reach the depths of the Azure Wave Sea. Zhini, have you ever come into contact with the Scarlet Devil Island before? How did you know about the Scarlet Devil Island? Xinxiang was suddenly filled with curiosity about the Scarlet Devil Island. Shui definitely had other reasons for hiding the vermilion bird's tender silk's egg here. I also read about it from an ancient book. The Crimson Devil Island had always been a legend, Shinjini said, and the Scarlet Demons are the most terrifying things on the Scarlet Demon Island. Really? Why have I never heard of the Great Kuin sect before? Xinxiang frowned. Have you ever heard of the Great Kuin sect when you were in the Demon Soul Woman country? Of course I have. The Great Kuin sect was very famous, but because Ancestor Kuin was no longer around, it gradually declined. It is said that in the past it was comparable to the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. Shanjini said, Actually, I have always been curious about the background of the Great Kuin sect. Why are you curious? Xinxiang knew the origin of the Great Kuin sect. It was created by Guanning, who came from the Kuin race. Because when the Great Kuin sect was at its peak, it was said that they could even fight with the Six Paths Saint Gate. I once heard that the Six Tao Sacred Gates wouldn't dare to touch the Great Kuin sect. Shan Zhini said, however, the Great Kuin sect is not backed by the Shin family or the Life Soul Six races. That's very strange. Why do you think it's not the 6 clans of Life Soul? Xinxiang smiled and said, I know the background of the Kuin sect. If it's the Life Spirit 6 races, why isn't the Great Kuin sect like the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace? Shanjini asked. On the contrary, the Great Kuin sect once went against the 6 Paths Sacred Gates. He even frequently goes against the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. Really? How come I don't know that the 6 Paths Saint Gate and the Great Kuin Gate fought before? Xinxiang was shocked. Is the Great Kuin Gate that strong? This was because the Great Kuin sect gave Xinxiang the impression that they were nothing but trash. They were actually once the 6 Paths Sacred Gate's opponent. It seems like you don't understand the Great Kuin sect at all. Then how do you know the background of the Great Kuin sect? Shanjini curled her lips and said, You only know how to brag. The Great Kuin school was created by a person from the Kuin race. Xinxiang said, Do you know anything about the Kuin race? Ah, created by the Kuan race? This isn't quite possible. Shan Zhenyi shook her head and said, "Why would the people of the Kuan race want Great Kuan Gate? I don't know either." Shen Xiang shrugged and said, "But that person from the Kuan race is a person filled with ideals. It's just that reality is too cruel." Guan Ying was indeed an idealist. She had been deceived by the upper echelons of the Kuan race for many years. Truth be told, Shen Xiang was starting to miss Guan Ying. This originally bald girl became even more beautiful after he made her long hair fluttering in the wind. Moreover, she had a unique charm to her. Most importantly, Guan Ying was quite good to him and was trustworthy. "You know the people of the Kuan race? The people of the Life Soul 6 races are in the divine realm?" Shan Zhenyi was shocked. At the same time, the commotion over at the Scarlet Devil Island grew bigger and bigger. "Of course I know them." Xin Xiang looked at the Scarlet Devil Island and said, "Should we go over and take a look? I have a feeling that the Scarlet Devil Island is not as simple as it seems. The barrier around the Scarlet Devil Island is really gone. It will be dangerous for us to go over. They might be able to chase us out of the Scarlet Devil Island." Shan Zhenyi was a little worried. She had already obtained the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, so she naturally wanted to leave. However, she was the same as Xin Xiang. They were both filled with curiosity about the Scarlet Devil Island. She had heard about the matters of the Scarlet Devil Island for many years. Now that she came to the Scarlet Devil Island, she also felt that this place was strange. "Don't be afraid. This thing of mine can escape for my life." Shen Xiang patted the 6 realms divine mirror and said with a smile, "You should have seen it before, right?" "Of course I've seen it before. It's just that the current situation of the Scarlet Devil Island is different." Shen Zhenyi said, "Let's go." Shen Xiang immediately controlled the 6 realms divine mirror and quickly flew towards the Scarlet Devil Island. "Xin Xiang, I said before that I would lend the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, to you." Shin Zhenyi removed the tender thread wrapped around her body and handed it to Xin Xiang and said, "I keep my word." Chapter 4288. The Phoenix Empress said that those who can take away the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, and obtain her approval are friends of the Crimson Dragon Clan. That person said, "Crimson Dragon Clan? Aren't you Crimson Demon people?" Shen Zhenyi looked at them and asked in shock, "What exactly are you?" "We are the Crimson Dragon Clan. We only became like this after being cursed. For many years, the outside world has been spreading rumors and slandering us," the Crimson Dragon Man said angrily. Xin Xiang, on the other hand, was very shocked because this Crimson Dragon Clan clearly had a lot to do with killing the Crimson Dragon. Why would there be a Crimson Dragon Clan? He had never known. For Shui Ying to be able to come into contact with him meant that Shui Ying definitely knew a lot of things. "Oh, right. Who is the Phoenix Empress?" Xin Xiang asked. "Her name is Shui Ying. She told us that there would be 2 women coming to take away the vermilion bird, Tender Thread." The Crimson Dragon Man looked at Xin Xiang, his eyes filled with doubt. "Miss, you don't seem to have the characteristics of a woman." Originally, the atmosphere was a bit tense, but Shen Zhenyi almost laughed out loud. "Big brother, I'm a youth." Shan Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Phoenix Empress said that the ones who would take away the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, would be 2 women. After the Crimson Dragon Man finished speaking, he looked at Shan Zhenyi and asked, "Miss, are you the Demon's Soul Empress?" "I am." Shin Zhenyi nodded. "Where's Mistress Tianmu?" The Crimson Dragon Man looked at Shan Xiang again. Could it be that Mistress Tianmu has reincarnated and turned into a youth? No. Xin Xiang hurriedly said, "She can't come." "Big brother, don't mind these details. Now that the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, belongs to the owner, isn't that enough?" But the Phoenix Empress had instructed. The 2 women who came to take away the vermilion bird, Tender Thread, will be Mistress Tianmu and Demon's Soul Empress. The Crimson Dragon Man shook his head repeatedly. We won't remember wrongly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where is the thing that Shui-Ing asked you to give me? Xin Jini asked. She also wanted to know what Shui-Ing had left behind and where she had gone. She also wanted to know where the great vermilion bird string of affection was. I can't take you there now. The Crimson Dragon Man shook his head and said, Demon Soul Empress, I'm sorry. Please understand us. We have to be responsible for what the Phoenix Empress has told us. She will never come. Shinjini's face was suddenly filled with grief as she let out a long sigh. She is already dead. Shin Xiang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this Demon Soul Empress could really adapt to the situation. Moreover, her acting was very good. But then again, Shinjini was a little too much. If Tianmu Palace Master knew what she said, she would probably rush over immediately. Is this true? The Crimson Dragon person was also stunned. It's absolutely true. You should know that she and I are like sisters. I won't lie to you about this. Tears suddenly fell from Shen Jini's charming and cold eyes. Her expression was gloomy as she gently stroked the tenderness wrapped around her body. She was charming, but at this moment she looked very sad and beautiful. Her delicate and pitiful appearance was very infectious. Empress, please restrain your grief. The Crimson Dragon Man also sighed and said, Since that's the case, then we'll give it to you. However, if Tianmu Palace Master is not here, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to take it away. It doesn't matter. Let's go take a look first. Shin Jini nodded lightly and said, Thank you for your understanding, big brother. Shen Xiang secretly rejoiced that he had good eyesight. Otherwise, who knew how many times he would have been deceived by this demon Soul Empress? Please follow us, the Crimson Dragon Man said, then turned and flew towards the Scarlet Demon Island. It was also at this moment that Shen Xiang secretly gave Shin Jini a thumbs up and gave her a thumbs up. Shen Jini glanced at Shin Xiang with a slightly proud expression. Shen Xiang had already put away the 6 realms mirrors and let Shin Jini carry her on his back because using the 6 realms mirrors would consume a large amount of heavenly jewels. Since there was no danger now, Shen Xiang naturally put it away. I can carry you, but you must be obedient. Shen Jini secretly sent a sound transmission to Shin Xiang and said, I'm warning you, don't do anything else. Shin Xiang only wrapped his hand around Shin Jini's neck and replied, Do I look that bad? I'm a good person. Chapter 4289. Shin Xiang, on the other hand, did not feel that there was anything scary about it. The altar also looked ordinary and did not have anything special about it. What is this thing? Why are you so scared? Shin Xiang said, Let's go over and take a look. Shen Xiang had just taken 2 steps when he was pulled back by Shin Jini. Don't go over yet. Shin Jini said in a deep voice, This altar is very scary. Before we understand the situation, it's best not to go over. After she finished speaking, she looked at the Scarlet Dragon, people hiding in the distance. Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, what kind of altar is this? Shen Jini asked. Demon Soul Empress, you should already know. Why ask us? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch shook his head and sighed. That's right, it's the Heavenly Nightmare Altar. It really is this thing. Shen Jini said with a face full of fear. Shin Xiang, let's go. Let's go. Shen Xiang only wanted to see what Shui-Ing had left behind. He wanted to find Shui-Ing as soon as possible, so he could not leave. What exactly is the Heavenly Nightmare Altar? Shin Xiang wanted to break free from Shin Jini's hand and walk over, but he was tightly held on, not allowing him to walk over. It's a very terrifying altar. If you walk over, all of your beautiful memories will be sacrificed. Shen Jini said, I have never experienced it before. However, this altar will take away all of your beautiful memories. This is absolutely true. In our Demon Soul star field, there was such an altar that caused many people to suffer. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, who was hiding in the distance, said, "Indeed, the people of our clan, after their beautiful memories were sacrificed, they all chose to commit suicide in the end." Sacrificing one's beautiful memories? After Shen Xiang heard this, he also felt that it was somewhat terrifying. What would happen if all of one's beautiful memories were suddenly gone? Shen Xiang found it hard to imagine that feeling. "How did this altar come about?" Shen Xiang asked. "Why did Shuang place something inside the altar?" "We don't know either. In short, when this island appeared, the heavenly nightmare altar had already appeared." The Red Dragon Patriarch shook his head. "I don't know how the Phoenix Empress did it. She wasn't sacrificed, and she even put things in. If she can, then I should be able to too." Shen Xiang planned to give it a try. "Don't be rash." Shen Zhini pulled Shen Xiang again, not letting him go over. "It's fine." Shen Xiang said, "I have confidence in my soul. There is no power that can take away my memories." "Don't be stupid. The origin of the heavenly nightmare altar was mysterious, and it could be found all over the sacred and divine realms. Basically, the six-path Saint Gates and the life spirit six races have suffered greatly as well." Shen Zhini scolded sternly, "I won't let you go." "Then how did Shuang do it?" Shen Xiang said, "Since Shuang can do it, I should be able to too." "What if you can't? Once you lose your most beautiful memories, you will be very miserable." Shen Zhini said, "I have seen too many examples of this. For many years, many girls in our demon spirit woman country have become neither human nor ghost after coming into contact with the heavenly nightmare altar." However, Shen Xiang still insisted on going over, because there seems to be something inside the heavenly nightmare altar, causing his soul to have some kind of strong intuition, wanting to go over and take a look at the thing inside the altar. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Shen Xiang is very confident in his soul, and he also has a method to prevent it. "I won't allow you to act recklessly," Shen Zhini said. "Although you are a little scoundrel, you are also Shuang's friend. If Shuang finds out that I didn't stop you in the future, she will definitely blame me." "Hee, have you fallen for me?" Shen Xiang laughed. "Otherwise, you wouldn't be so concerned about me. Really, it can be seen that the experience of kissing you before is unforgettable for you. Little scoundrel, go to hell. I don't care about you anymore." After Shen Zhini heard this, she became very angry and vigorously shook off Shen Xiang's hand. Shen Xiang immediately rushed towards the heavenly nightmare altar. "Little scoundrel, come back quickly." Shen Zhini never expected that Shen Xiang would rush to the side of the heavenly nightmare altar and even touch it. When she wanted to go over, it was already too late. The black heavenly nightmare altar released waves of black energy waves. That strange energy forced Shen Zhini to continuously retreat. "The sacrifice has begun," the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch shouted. "Demon Spirit Empress, quickly leave the altar!" "Little scoundrel, how are you now?" Shen Zhini shouted. "The process of a sacrifice is very painful. You must hold on." Chapter 4290. Shen Zhini still could not believe that the heavenly nightmare altar had actually fallen just like that. This was something that they had been afraid of for many years. Shen Xiang walked over and punched the heavenly nightmare altar. As expected, it was a pile of sturdy mud and was instantly shattered. What did you do just now?" Shen Zhini asked in shock. "Do you really not feel anything else right now?" "Little brother, what did you do? How did you destroy the heavenly nightmare altar?" The Crimson Dragon Patriarch was also in disbelief. "I'm not too sure either. Just now, there was a wave of energy that wanted to invade my soul, and then I killed it instead." Shen Xiang described it briefly, and then said, "I saw a lot of energy floating away just now. Maybe the beautiful memories that your clansmen have been deprived of have all been returned." The moment the heavenly nightmare altar collapsed, Shen Xiang had indeed seen balls of things flying out. The beautiful memories that had been devoured by the heavenly nightmare altar had actually been preserved this entire time. He did not know what the heavenly nightmare altar was going to do with these beautiful memories. Seeing that the heavenly nightmare altar had collapsed and that Shenxiang was still standing on the ruins, Shinjini now believed that the heavenly nightmare altar had really fallen. She immediately walked over quickly and came to Shenxiang's side. Nothing happened. The heavenly nightmare altar has really been destroyed. Shinjini even grabbed a handful of soil and opened his eyes wide to sense the energy in the soil. However, he could not sense anything. This is the box left behind by Shuang. Shenxiang dug out a black box from the ruins. Previously, he could see that the box was inside the altar with his mind's eye, but he was unable to see through the outer shell of the box. Can it be opened? Shinjini asked. Could it be that only Timu Palace Mistress can open it? It won't be difficult for me. Shenxiang looked at the box. Although there was no keyhole, there were many runes. He took out the 6 realms mirrors and pressed it on top of the box, then let little sister Xiao Jing sense the runes on the box. At that moment, the Red Dragon Patriarch kept staring at the small mirror in Shenxiang's hand. He felt that the small mirror was very powerful, but he didn't ask. Shenxiang also secretly noticed the look in the eyes of the Red Dragon Patriarch. Then he hurriedly released light from his hand and enveloped the small mirror. This way, he would no longer be watched by the Red Dragon clan leader. Under the operation of the 6 realms mirrors, the runes on the surface of the box were unraveled, and then the box opened. There was a compass inside. The compass was very exquisite. It was engraved with a phoenix relief. Its entire body seemed to be carved out of fiery red jade. After injecting Daoyuan Saint power, the compass needle would spin and then point in a direction. Could it be that this compass can lead us to something? Shenxiang rummaged through the box again, but found nothing. Shuang didn't leave behind any other information, but this compass definitely had great use. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hidden in the heavenly nightmare altar. Also, how did Shuang hide that chest in the heavenly nightmare altar? How did she do it? Shenxiang couldn't get an answer unless he could find Shuang. Do we have to follow the needle? Shinjini said, I don't know where it will lead us. Since Shuang left it for you, it definitely won't harm you. Shenxiang said, By the way, does Tianmu Palace Mistress have a good relationship with Shuang? Maybe she knows more about the matters here? This. I'm not too sure either. Shinjini bit her lips and said, I was trapped in the Demon Soul Star field for so many years, so Shuang must have interacted with her more. Do you want me to ask her? Shenxiang said, Then how do you plan on asking? At this point, Shinjini could only compromise. After bringing Shenxiang to the Scarlet Dragon Island, the Heavenly Nightmare Altar had frightened her to death. If not for Shenxiang, she wouldn't have been able to find the vermilioned bird, tender thread by herself. Just explain it to her. Shenxiang said. The Red Dragon Patriarch was dumbfounded when he heard this, because Shinjini had previously said that Timu Palace Mistress was already dead. But now he wanted to contact Timu Palace Mistress? Oh, right, Red Dragon Patriarch. Many of your clansmen have been deprived of their beautiful memories. You can go and take a look at those who are still alive. They might have already recovered that part of their beautiful memories. Shenxiang said. He also wanted to send the Red Dragon clansmen away and prevent them from contacting the 6 realms mirrors. Chapter 40, 291. Hearing the words Destiny Plate, Shenxiang realized that this thing was extraordinary. What can the Destiny Plate be used for? Shenxiang asked. Where will the needle lead me to? Young Master Shin, you must not use it carelessly. The Destiny Plate is very dangerous and can only be used when appropriate. Otherwise, it will kill you. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress warned seriously. Are you still in the Scarlet Dragon Island? My injuries haven't completely healed, so I can't go look for you. You'd better leave the Scarlet Dragon Island immediately and leave the Azure Sea. Why? We still have to explore the bottom of the Azure Sea. Xinxiang laughed. Big sister, Asgard mistress, don't worry about me. I'm not worried about you, I'm just concerned about you. At this moment, the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress also felt very helpless and sighed. Just listen to my advice. Don't be in such a hurry to go to the Azure Sea. Now is not the time. When is the time? Xinxiang asked. When the needle of the destiny plate turns red, it's time. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said, the destiny plate has a lot to do with the things hidden under the Azure Sea. Big sister, Asgard mistress, do you know Shuang as well? Xinxiang asked. Are you on good terms with her? Of course. If you want to know more, it's best if you meet me. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress sighed. Since you are with the Demon Soul Empress, then come over together. Weren't you very opposed to me being with her? Xinxiang laughed. Why do you feel like it doesn't matter now? You've already met him. What can I do? However, she should be the one who rejects me even more. I wonder if she's willing to come and see me. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said. I will bring her to see you. Xinxiang said. All right, after you talk to her, we'll arrange a place to meet. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said. My injuries are almost healed. Xinxiang kept the communication talisman and said to Xinjini, Are you willing to see her? I'll meet him. There are some things that need to be settled. Xinjini seemed to be making a very difficult decision. All right. Xinxiang didn't expect Xinjini to agree so easily. He guessed that Xinjini might have thought that he had gotten himself into trouble. After all, she had brought Xinxiang to Crimson Dragon Island to retrieve the vermilion bird's tender thread, which was fraught with all kinds of dangers. If not for Xinxiang, she would not have succeeded. Especially when she faced the heavenly nightmare altar at the end, she felt a lingering fear. In the next few days, Xinxiang and Xinjini stayed on Crimson Dragon Island and told the chief of the Crimson Dragon Tribe many things. The Scarlet Dragon Tribe leader and the others also fulfilled their promise, allowing Xinxiang and Xinjini to dig out heavenly jewels from here. There were many heavenly pearls in Scarlet Dragon Island. They were buried deep underground. Xinxiang had spent a lot of effort to dig up a few 100 billion heavenly pearls. Digging up these heavenly jewels was nothing to the Crimson Dragon Island. He didn't dare to take too many heavenly jewels, because he found that there was a naturally formed great formation under the Crimson Dragon Island. If he took away the heavenly jewels, it would affect the structure of the great formation. After taking the heavenly jewels, Xinxiang and Xinjini returned. In order to save heavenly jewels, Xinjini carried Xinxiang on her back and flew high above the Canglan Sea. Moreover, this was also her strong request. She was helping Xinxiang save heavenly jewels. After flying for 3 days, Xinxiang finally saw land on the coast and said, We will return to Crimson Dragon Island. Go back and dig up heavenly jewels? I think the Crimson Dragon people are pretty good. It's not very kind to dig up their heavenly jewels, Xinjini said. Besides, you also dug up a lot. It should be enough, right? When we go back, it's not to dig up heavenly jewels, but because the Crimson Dragon Tribe has a very important position in the Canglan Sea. Xinxiang said, The Crimson Dragon Tribe has a lot of secrets. What else is hidden under the Crimson Dragon Island? Xinjini did not think so much. Oh, right. You said before that you don't want me to go find Heavenly Mother Palace Master. You said it was for my own good, and also for her own good. What is the reason? Xinxiang said, You said that if I help you find the vermilion bird, tender thread, you will tell me. Anyway, we are going to see her. When the time comes, can't we just explain it clearly? Xinjini said, All right then. We will talk about it when we see her. Xinxiang, who was lying on Xinjini's back, suddenly laughed mischievously and said, You said before that if I help you find the vermilion bird, tender thread, you will let me touch your thighs. Humph. Didn't you say that there is nothing good to touch? You said you want to touch my face. Shinjini said, Come, you can touch as much as you want. Shanxiang, who is on Shinjini's back, can only reach out from behind and rub her charming face. Chapter 42:92. Shinxiang laid on Shinjini's back, and from time to time he would play with her hair or touch her pointy ears, and sometimes touch her face. He believed that Shinjini had such an appearance because he cultivated the demon soul Tao. Jinni, after you awakened your memories and regained control of the demon soul Tao, did you transform? Shinxiang asked. Yes. The demon soul Tao is very magical. I don't know how that woman obtained back then. She definitely didn't create it, but she taught it to me. Shinjini said. In short, I benefited a lot from cultivating the demon soul Tao. I have never regretted it. This made Shinxiang even more curious about the demon soul Tao. This was obviously some kind of special cultivation technique. I also want to cultivate the demon soul Tao. Shinxiang laughed. Jinni, do you think I can succeed in cultivating it? I don't know. In short, if you cultivate the demon soul Tao, you will face a lot of misfortune in the future. Shinjini said, This is a cursed path. You don't have any other needs right now, so you don't need to cultivate it. You have already mastered the Azure Dragon Divine exercise, which is much more powerful than the demon soul Tao. Speaking of which, Shinjini was still very envious of Shinxiang being able to cultivate the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. I'm not afraid. I just want to cultivate and see. Shinxiang said, All right, you have a lot of knowledge about soul fu. What kind of soul fu is your soul fu? When I saw your soul fu before, it was like two wisps of smoke intertwining with each other. It looked very magical. My soul fu is called yearning. Shinjini said. Yearning? What the hell is that? What's the use? When Shinxiang heard the name, he couldn't think of any use. It's very useful. Shinjini said. The yearning soul fu can control one's own thoughts and emotions. It can even affect others. And I still haven't grasped a higher stage of the technique. Then what about canceling the contract? Is that also the ability of the yearning soul fu? Shinxiang said. The soul contract I gave you before was very profound. I didn't expect you to break it. That's because the soul contract originally checks a person's thoughts to restrain them. If I control my thoughts, it won't trigger the soul contract. Shinjini said, Later on, I simulated your thoughts to deceive the soul contract, and then broke the soul contract. It looks so complicated. Shinxiang said in surprise, Can it be used to assist in battle? No. However, my soul bestowment has another ability. After I use it, as long as someone is with me for a long time, they will like me and feel lovesickness towards me. The corners of Shinjini's mouth curled up as she said, Simply put, I can make someone love me to death, and then use that to control him. Really? Have you used this before? When you were still the Demon Soul Empress, you should be able to use it very well, right? Shenxiang laughed and said, In this way, wouldn't you be able to deceive a lot of people to do things for you? Don't think of me as such a bad person. I have never used it on anyone before. The thought of someone who is not familiar with me loving me to death is very disgusting. If it's someone with extreme thoughts, they might even do a lot of crazy things. Shinjini curled her lips and said, I might also have the lovesickness soul bestowment, because many girls love me to death. If you get along with me for a period of time, you will also be infatuated with me. Ha ha ha. Shinxiang laughed out loud. Shinjini, who was carrying Shinxiang on her back, both of her hands were also on Shinxiang's thighs. After she heard Shinxiang's words, she immediately pinched Shinxiang's thighs with all her might. Ah! Let go! Shinxiang screamed. You are too narcissistic. I have the lovesickness soul bestowment, so I can control my own thoughts. If I have the emotions of liking you, I can immediately extinguish them. Shen Jini rolled her eyes, snorted lightly, and said, "So I will never like you, much less be infatuated with you. From the sounds of it, your soul bestowment doesn't seem to have any fighting strength." Xinxiang said, "Is it only useful to yourself?" "Soul bestowment has always been like this," Shan Jini said. "Your heart is clear, but doesn't it also have no fighting strength? But it can still help you a lot." "Oh, right. You said that you can copy your soul bestowment for me. Is that true?" Xinxiang said. "You said it before. Don't go back on your word." "In theory, yes, but I'm not sure," Shan Jini said. "Didn't you see that my soul bestowment was 2 wisps of smoke? I've tried, and I can separate one of them. I understand. It's just like how I duplicate medicinal herbs. Cut a fruit into 2 halves, and then use the lifeless heavenly dew to regenerate the 2 halves of the fruit." Xinxiang said excitedly, "This is indeed worth a try." "That's right. I was also inspired by your replication of medicinal herbs." Shin Jini said, "You said before that your soul bestowments are all inherited soul bestowments. Could it be that the girls of the Demon Soul Nation all have the lovesick soul bestowment?" When Xinxiang thought of this, he felt his hair stand on end. "Only a few have it. The conditions for the inheritance are very harsh," Shin Jini said. "Then I'm relieved," Xinxiang chuckled. "Speaking of which, if I had the same lovesick soul bestowment as you, wouldn't I be able to make many girls fall madly in love with me?" "Don't use it recklessly. This will cause a huge mental burden, because lovesickness is mutual. If you make others fall in love with you, then you have to fall in love with others as well," Shan Jini said. "That's why I never used it. It's fine, I can love a lot of girls." Xinxiang laughed. "Humph." Shen Jini pinched Xinxiang's thigh again. "Damn scumbag." Chapter 40, 293. Not only was Xinxiang looking forward to obtaining the yearning soul Fu, he was also looking forward to the awakening of the Holy Sun's dual soul Fu. "Jini, how can I awaken the 2-soul Fu of the Holy Sun of all heavens?" Xinxiang said, "He is trash. Why does he have 2-soul Fu? Isn't it said that a person can only have 1 soul Fu? His soul Fu is not innate. I don't know what's going on with him either. In short, his 2-soul Fu that have not awakened should have been formed under the influence of external forces." Shan Jini said, "It's not difficult to awaken the soul Fu. You need to use a certain amount of Fu Yuan energy. In this aspect, you are much more proficient than me." Not only could Xinxiang see the Fu Yuan energy, he could also extract it and easily control it. Previously, he had injected the Fu Yuan energy into Shen Jini's Sea of Consciousness to facilitate the formation of her soul Fu. "So it's that simple," Xinxiang said. "Looks like I have to try it as soon as possible." "Xinxiang, soul Fu is not a joke. Furthermore, you are doing it on your own body, so you have to be very careful," Shan Jini said, "especially when you introduce other people's Fu Yuan energy into your own Sea of Consciousness. This is very dangerous in itself." The Fu Yuan energy that Xinxiang had injected into Shin Jini's Sea of Consciousness was refined by him. Therefore, Xinxiang's ability to refine Fu Yuan energy also made Shin Jini feel incomparable admiration. It had to be known that Xinxiang did not know anything about elemental energy, but he could refine it according to his own comprehension. Otherwise, if he directly injected elemental energy into it, it would be quite risky in itself. "Before I use Fu Yuan energy, I will refine it." Xinxiang laughed. "Actually, Fu Yuan energy that has been refined will be even better. For example, if some medicinal herbs are eaten directly, you will even lose your life. But after refining it into a pill, it will be a good thing." "You mean to say that when you refine the Fu Yuan Li, you refined it based on your experience in alchemy?" Shen Jini asked. At this moment, she was also very humble to ask for guidance. Xinxiang's alchemy skills were indeed very high. Shen Jini still clearly remembered the Saint King Yuan pills he had refined before. If it weren't for Shen Xiang's Saint King Yuan pills, she probably wouldn't have been able to step into the Saint King realm. If she did not step into the Saint King realm, she would not be able to awaken the memories of the monster Soul Empress. Yes, Xinxiang smiled and said, everything in the world can be refined. Xinxiang had fused the heavenly alchemy into his own soul and was able to completely master the heavenly alchemy. Therefore, when he was refining, it looked like a very simple process. In fact, it was all the experience he had accumulated from using the heavenly alchemy many times in the past. You're definitely not a teenager. You should be the same as me, reborn after death. Shen Jini said, just based on your alchemy skills, it's impossible for you to be a nobody. A person like you must be very famous. What's your real name? Sai, my name is Xinxiang, and I used to be very famous. I also find it strange that no one knows about me now. Xinxiang sighed. He was not lying. Let's not talk about this first. If you want to awaken your soul, you must tell me. Shen Jini said, I will watch from the side when the time comes, in case anything happens to you. I plan to refine the elemental power into a pill. Xinxiang chuckled. Maybe if I absorb more elemental power, the awakened soul will be even stronger and better? Awaken and reveal yourself. That's impossible, Shen Jini said. It is a very long process for the soul to awaken and reveal itself. After my rebirth, my soul returned to its original state, and after my awakening, it was also when I met you. Only then did you reveal yourself. That's because you guys don't know how to use the elemental power, but I'm different, Xinxiang laughed. I am now very proficient in controlling the elemental power. One more thing, if you have more than one soul, I'm afraid your sea of consciousness won't be able to withstand it. You have to take care of this, Shen Jini said. In any case, I have never heard of anyone who can have two souls. You will see it soon. Xinxiang said, not only do I have two souls, I also have four. If I succeed in replicating the lovesickness soul fu for you, you have to help me improve my soul. Shen Jini said, this is the condition of our cooperation. Jini, why don't you just follow me? Xinxiang laughed. I won't treat you as a little maid anymore. I have my mission. I want to go under the Azure Sea. Once you see your sister, Asgard Mistress, you definitely won't leave, and she won't let you take the risk with me. Shen Jini said, Hee, do you think I won't go under the Azure Sea? Xinxiang said, don't forget my other identity. Shin family king? To be honest, the Shin family is already in dire straits. Shen Jini said, don't look down on my Shun family. My Shun family has fought with the Six Paths sacred gates for many years, all right? Shen Xiang curled his lips and said, furthermore, I am now the Shun family king. I will definitely be able to revive the Shin family. Dream on. If the Six Paths sacred gates is not destroyed, the Shun family will never be able to rise again. Shen Jini poured cold water on him. The Six Paths sacred gates is so powerful, and behind them are the Life Soul Six clans. How can we destroy them? A mere Six Paths sacred gates is nothing. I am worried about another crisis. Xinxiang suddenly said in a serious tone, I have a premonition that the sacred domain is just a barrier. What do you mean? Shen Jini asked. The world-defying universe has sacred domain and divine domain, right? In the past, it was very easy to connect, and the sacred domain didn't restrict flying, right? Xinxiang said, that's right, but for some reason, the spatial wall suddenly strengthened, and it's difficult to fly. Shen Jini nodded. Chapter 4294. The Heavenly Mother Spirit Race, searching for the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate, was originally a very secret matter. Shen Xiang, an outsider and a man at that, actually knew about this matter. Therefore, Shen Jini immediately realized that Shen Xiang was very familiar with the Tian clan's mother. We're quite familiar with each other. What's wrong? Shen Xiang said with a smile. Humph, who exactly are you? Why are you always so familiar with the people I hate? Jini said unhappily. I'm very unhappy to know that you're very familiar with the Tian clan's mother. I already said that I'm Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang curled his lips and said, I'm even more familiar with Xue Ing Ruxiue. Bastard. Shan Jini really wanted to throw Xin Xiang down. They have already flown above the land and are flying towards the great Kuan sect. Do you know that they are looking for the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate? Xin Xiang asked. Of course I know. The Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate, has the Heavenly Mother Spirit race's life spirit. It is very important to them. As for what use it has, I'm not too sure. Shan Jini shook her head and said, I only know that they have been searching for it all this time. I know what use it has. It might be to save you. Xin Xiang said, Save us? Save the Demon Soul Nation? That's impossible. The Tian clan's mother hates our Demon Soul Nation the most. When Shan Jini spoke about this matter, she was filled with resentment. We don't want them to save us. The reason why they saved us is probably to use us. I think you guys must have misunderstood. Xin Xiang said, I really think that the Tian clan's mother wants to save you. Then tell me, after they find the Heavenly Mother Spirit race's life spirit, how can they save us? Shan Jini asked. Because they can use that life spirit to destroy the curse. Xin Xiang said, I promise to do my best to help them find that life spirit, because I've been cursed by a very terrifying curse. Is that so? What curse did you get? Shan Jini turned her head in puzzlement and asked. Forget Fate Curse, have you heard of it? Xin Xiang asked. I've never heard of it. What kind of powerful curse was this? You don't look like you're cursed. Shan Jini said, You're not lying to me, are you? The forgetting curse was cast on me by the 6 clans of Life Soul. Don't you think it's amazing? Shan Xiang sighed. If it weren't for this forgetting origin mantra, I would be the most famous person in the world defying stage universe. The forgetting curse made many people who were fated with me forget about me. The 6 clans of Life Soul are targeting you? Then why are you still alive? Shan Jini was in disbelief. Forget it if you don't believe me. Xin Xiang said. Ask your big sister palace master to come out. I have something to ask her face to face. Shan Jini said. Shen Xiang immediately contacted Empress Tianmu to see if it was convenient for her to make a trip to the Great Kuan sect. The Tianmu Empress's injuries had recovered a little. She could still move around the Saint Profound Star, but she still didn't dare to go to the Azure Billow Sea. Therefore, she agreed to go to the Great Kuan sect to meet Xin Xiang. Just like this, Xin Xiang was carried by Shan Jini back to the sacred Dan court of the Great Kuan sect, where they waited for the Empress to arrive. After returning to the Great Kuan sect, Du Hai rushed over to find Xin Xiang. He had been trying to contact Shen Xiang the entire time, but because Xin Xiang was in the Azure Billow Sea, he was unable to send a message over. After knowing that Shen Xiang had returned, he immediately came to find Xin Xiang. Little Xin, there's a situation at the ancestral Kuan Villa. Do you want to go over and take a look? Du Hai said, Ancestral Kuan Villa. Xin Xiang frowned, then looked at Xin Jini who was beside him. I'm a holy master, so I can be considered strong. There shouldn't be any problems. Then let's go take a look. Xin Jini said. She had also heard of the ancestral Kuan Villa. Actually, she was still very curious about the Great Kuan sect. After all, the Great Kuan sect was once very powerful. I'll go with you. Let's go. Du Hai said, I've long felt that the ancestral Kuan Villa is very strange. This time I want to take a look. Let's go. Xin Xiang nodded. Not only Du Hai, Wang Tianwen from the Rune Academy had also brought people to the outside of the ancestral Kuan Villa. Chapter 4295. Seeing Shan Xiang rushing over. Xin Jini really wanted to kick Xin Xiang's butt. During the time she knew Xin Xiang, the women around him always appeared one after another, and all of them seemed to be very powerful. Although Du Hai and Xin Jini did not know who this woman was, to be able to teleport from the divine realm and even arrive at the transmission array of the ancestral Kuan Villa. She was definitely not an ordinary person. She might be someone from the divine realm. Shen Xiang actually knew someone from the divine realm, and she looked like a very good-looking woman. Although Guanyin was lying on the ground, it could be seen that her figure was very good. She was curvaceous, and her skin was faintly sparkling, as if she was filled with immortal energy. Shen Jinyi did not kick Shen Xiang, but she was very unhappy in her heart. She also quickly followed, wanting to see what kind of woman this was. Guanyin came from the Kuan clan. She was originally a bald woman, but because she ate Shen Xiang's hair growth dan, she had a very beautiful head of long black hair. Because she had a very beautiful oval face, even if she was bald, she was still very beautiful, and people couldn't help but want to look at her. At this moment, even though she was very weak, her beautiful face was filled with a strange charm, especially that delicate and pitiful look. Coupled with her messy hair, it was very moving and made people feel sorry for her. Ying, why are you here? What happened? Shen Xiang asked. Elder Shen. Quickly destroy this transmission array, quick. Guanyin seemed to have used up all her strength to say these words. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Shen Xiang had already checked just now. Guanyin's injuries were very serious. Both her body and soul were severely injured. Especially the injuries on her soul were very serious, and there was a very destructive energy wrapped around her soul. Grandpa Du, help me take a look at her injuries. Shen Xiang quickly handed Guanyin over to Du Hai. She's so heavily injured. Du Hai frowned. This girl is very special. Her soul is very strange. Her recovery ability should be very strong, but it's currently being invaded by a very strange energy. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors. The small mirror hovered above the teleportation array and found a few important nodes. Then, it removed a few key components of the array. As a result, the array was temporarily deactivated. Guanyin was probably afraid of being hunted down, so she asked Shen Xiang to destroy the teleportation array quickly. Who is she? She seems to be very strong. Shen Jinyi also arrived beside Guanyin and placed her hand on her forehead to probe Guanyin's soul. After investigating, she found that Guanyin's soul was very strong, especially the energy that was tormenting Guanyin's soul. It made her secretly afraid. A friend of mine. Shen Xiang quickly picked up Guanyin and said, I want to help her heal. Let's get out of here first. The interior of the ancestral Kuan Manor had been destroyed, and there was still a lot of chaotic energy left. It was not a good place to heal. Du Hai gave Guanyin some holy pellets, and the injuries on Guanyin's body were under control. Shen Xiang immediately returned to the Sacred Dan Institute and brought Guanyin into the secret room. Shen Jinyi was waiting outside. She did not know when Shen Xiang would come out. If Shen Xiang needed a long time, then she would have to face the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace herself. This damned little scoundrel. How does he know so many powerful women? Shen Jinyi secretly curled her lips. She only complained a few words, then went to sit in the hall. She was waiting for the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace to arrive. Fu Yuanyuan and Ku Yaming had also come, but they did not recognize Shen Jinyi at first. After all, she had changed her appearance. Shen Jinyi did not put on any airs in front of them, telling them that she was the Heavenless Holy Maiden, and that she was the one who destroyed the Heavenless Divine Palace and the Heavenly Palace in the Azure Water Sea City. In the secret room, Shen Xiang spent a lot of effort to stabilize the injuries on Guanyin's soul after sweating profusely, and his soul was dispirited. Guanyin's soul had already been torn to pieces. Furthermore, it had been bitten by a wave of energy, causing it to be unable to heal and was dissipating bit by bit. Chapter 40-96. Shenxiang had long known that the Life Spirit Six clans were not good people, and the upper echelons of the Life Spirit Six clans were very good at deceiving people. They specialized in tricking capable people like Guanyin to do things for them, and they didn't even let her know about the dirty dealings of the Life Spirit Six clans. Guanyin later found out that he had thoroughly understood the evil of the Life Spirit Six clans. His faith immediately collapsed, and his loyalty to the clan would definitely waver. In that case, you can't return to the Kuan race. Shenxiang asked, I can't go back. I'll never be able to go back. I never thought that they would actually want to kill me. Guanyin looked like he wanted to cry. It's fine. What's so rare about that crappy place? Shenxiang caressed Guanyin's long hair and said, You already have hair. You are different from them. There is no need to go back. I took the hair growth pill you refined back to them to eat. A few of them grew hair, and some of them didn't, but they thought it was enough, and didn't let me come find you. Guanyin said, Their hair won't last long. Shenxiang said with a smile, I didn't tell you before? The hair growth pill I gave them has a time limit. Let's not talk about this anymore. They don't need it anymore anyway. Guanyin said, Young Master Shin, the sacred domain is about to face destruction. Aren't you worried at all? Or do you not believe me? Guanyin had previously told Shenxiang that the sacred domain was going to be finished, but Shenxiang did not seem to care at all. Shenxiang had already felt it before, so he didn't feel much of a surprise. There's nothing to worry about. Shenxiang put Guanyin down from his embrace, let her lie on the bed, and said, I have long sensed that the sacred domain is in danger. I don't understand the situation of the world-defying stage universe either. It seems to be a very complicated and unusual universe. Guanyin said, Young Master Shin, how did you create it back then? How would I know? Shenxiang spread out his hands and laughed bitterly. Before the world-defying stage universe was formed, I was sealed. I don't even know how the world-defying stage universe was formed. What are the six clans of life soul afraid of? These things are about to reach the sacred domain, so they are doing their best to isolate the entire sacred domain from the world-defying stage universe. Guanyin also said in fear, I only know that the energy that can destroy my soul will appear in the holy region. The six clans of life soul are very afraid of that energy. Is that the gray energy that was left in your soul? Shenxiang had already saved that energy for future research. That kind of energy is very terrifying. Just a little bit can take away half of my life. If young Master Shin hadn't saved me, my soul would have been torn apart. Guanyin said, I don't know where they got it from. How did you find out about this? Shenxiang had a bad premonition a long time ago. He knew that God's domain wanted to keep Saint's domain out. However, he never expected that such a disaster would be directed at the six clans of life soul. I eavesdropped on the news. Guanyin sighed, and they even found out that I was eavesdropping. Then they were worried that I would come to the sacred domain to reveal this secret and stop their sacrificial plan. So they wanted to kill me. Oh, right, you said before that they wanted to sacrifice the entire sacred domain? What are the six clans of life soul doing? Do you want to curse it? Shenxiang said, They want to take this opportunity to use the sacred domain as a sacrifice. Sacrifice all the living beings in the sacred domain. What? I don't know. In short, this is the plan of the six clans of life soul. Guanyin said, If the living beings of the sacred domain do not die within a certain period of time, then their sacrifice will fail. Shenxiang's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his expression gradually turned serious. Good heavens, it seems like this group of people wants to sacrifice all the living beings in the sacred domain in exchange for their benefits. Shenxiang rubbed his chin in thought and said, Who are they sacrificing to? They are already so strong, yet they still want to sacrifice to others. I don't know. I only found out about the many secrets of the six clans of life soul during this period of time. Guanyin shook her head. Young Master Shin, because you are the creator of the world-defying stage universe. I don't want you to die here. That's why I came to tell you. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Xiang caressed Guanying's face and said, Why don't you want me to die? I'm very bad. Because I think you're right. The 6 clans of Life Soul are very vicious towards the world-defying stage universe. Guanying said, Since I was young, the teachings I received were to have a righteous heart. It's just that she did not continue because it made her feel very sad. Ying, it's good that you're here now. I'm short of manpower. Shinxiang giggled. Oh, right. Do you know what's under the Azure Sea? Under the Azure Sea. Guanying suddenly fell into deep thought. She suddenly thought of something and sat up. What is it? Shinxiang hurriedly asked. I'm not sure. I only know that the elders of the 6 clans of Life, Soul, once came to the Saint Xian Star for a long time. That was many years ago. I often heard them talk about the Saint Xian Star, so I created the Great Kuin sect there. Guanying recalled the past and said with a frown, They must have hidden something in the Saint Xian Star. I'm going to the Azure Sea to look for that thing. Shinxiang said, It's great that you're going with me. Oh, right. Have you heard of the 6 Paths Sacred Gate? The 6 Paths Sacred Gate actually still exists. It's the headquarters of the 6 clans of Life Soul in the sacred domain. It's an extremely vicious existence and has long been abandoned by the 6 clans of Life Soul. Back then, I even commanded the Great Kuin sect to attack the 6 Paths Sacred Gate. Guanying said, Chapter 4297. Shinxiang glanced at Guanying, who was resting on the bed, and continued to study the energy. He didn't know what it was, but he was sure that it had the same characteristics as the energy in the Heavenly Nightmare Altar. Let's call it the Heavenly Nightmare Energy. Shinxiang swallowed the Heavenly Nightmare Energy he obtained from the altar into his sea of consciousness. He felt that the soul endowment in his sea of consciousness might be able to obtain the ability of the Heavenly Nightmare Altar. It was the ability to rob others of their beautiful memories, but he didn't know how to use it yet. I wonder if the Heavenly Nightmare energy extracted from Ying's soul can be absorbed by the soul endowment's sea of consciousness. Shinxiang immediately tried. He had to be careful because this Heavenly Nightmare energy could indeed cause serious damage to the soul. The amount of Heavenly Nightmare energy extracted from Guanying's soul wasn't much, and Shinxiang only used a little to experiment. More than half of the Heavenly Nightmare energy stored in the energy pearl was gone, and this Heavenly Nightmare energy gradually entered his sea of consciousness and fused with the energy he devoured from the Heavenly Nightmare Altar. The energy I devoured from the Heavenly Nightmare Altar is much stronger. Shinxiang could clearly feel that the Heavenly Nightmare energy extracted from Guanying's soul was being quickly devoured by the Heavenly Nightmare Altar. Could it be that because I devoured the Heavenly Nightmare Altar's energy, I can easily and quickly heal Ying's soul when I treat her? Shinxiang also realized that if he didn't have the experience of devouring the Heavenly Nightmare Altar, he probably wouldn't be able to heal Guanying in a short period of time. Under his control, the Heavenly Nightmare energy in his sea of consciousness gradually floated towards the eye, which was the clear heart eye-soul endowment. The clear heart eye needs to absorb the Heavenly Nightmare energy. Who knows, it might evolve into an ability. Shinxiang was looking forward to it. After the gray Heavenly Nightmare energy entered the clear heart eye, there wasn't any reaction. The clear heart eye was still the same, but the Heavenly Nightmare energy was like a stone sinking into the sea. It's gone. Shinxiang suddenly felt a bit of heartache because the Heavenly Nightmare energy was still relatively rare. He hadn't even studied it, and it was gone. Wait. Shinxiang suddenly had a discovery. He discovered that the clear heart eye seemed to have a peculiar feeling. He immediately opened his mind's eyes and looked at Guanying, who was lying on the bed. Guanying gently closed her eyes. She felt Shinxiang looking at her, and immediately opened her beautiful eyes. After meeting Xinxiang's eyes, Guanyin felt a little strange. After Xinxiang opened his clear hard eyes and saw Guanyin, he immediately closed his clear hard eyes. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. The Eye of Clarity had evolved into another ability, and this ability was extremely powerful. He could see Guanying's various emotions. If that was the case, he wouldn't be surprised because the mind could see a person's character before the eyes, or whether the person was trustworthy when speaking. Therefore, even if Xianming were to see a person's emotions, he would not be surprised. But now the heart's eye of insight could not only see emotions, it could also devour other people's emotions. Xinxiang didn't know what the effects of devouring emotions would be, and he didn't dare to try it on Guanyin. What's wrong? Guanying's beautiful big eyes were full of confusion. Is there something on my face? Or have I become ugly? She hurriedly sat up and took out a mirror to look at herself. No, I just suddenly feel that you've become a lot prettier. Xinxiang laughed. Just now he saw that Guanyin had a lot of happy emotions, and he had a strong feeling that he could instantly devour these emotions. Young Master Shen, what were you doing just now? Guanyin asked. She always felt that Xinxiang was mysterious. I'm thinking about that gray energy. Xinxiang said, it's very similar to a type of energy that I've come into contact with before. Chapter 40-98. After Guanyin came out, Xinjini and Tianmu Palace mistress immediately looked over. They had to admit that Guanyin was a woman as beautiful as them, and her beauty was different from theirs. Most importantly, Guanyin was stronger than them. Xinjini and Tianmu Palace mistress were both in the Holy Master realm, so they could feel the pressure that Guanyin gave them. Ying, quickly sit. Xinxiang walked over with a smile, and then very intimately held Guanying's jade hand. Xinxiang pulled her to a chair and let her sit down, while Guanyin revealed a sweet smile the entire time. They looked very sweet. Xinjini, who was at the side, secretly clenched her teeth. She really couldn't understand how Xinxiang could flirt with a woman like Guanyin. Tianmu Palace mistress knew Xinxiang, and she also knew that Xinxiang had created the entire world-defying stage universe, so she wouldn't be surprised if there were any powerful women by Xinxiang's side. She was just curious about Guanying's identity. She's not an outsider. You can say anything here. Xinxiang laughed. Her name is Guanyin. She's my good friend. Hello. Guanyin smiled politely at them. Xinxiang suddenly realized that Guanyin seemed to have changed a lot. The current her looked more like a person. In the past, when she was very loyal to the Kuan clan, she lacked some of this humanity. At that time, she looked more like a puppet carrying out a mission. And now that she had broken free from the Kuan clan, the shackles that imprisoned her nature were also gone. So she looked even more natural and beautiful, with a natural, pure and elegant beauty. Hello, big sister Guan, I am Shanjini. I am the empress of the Demon Soul Nation. Shanjini still used the name that Long Shuai and Bai Jinjin had given her. Hello, elder sister. I am the palace mistress of the Tianmu Holy Palace. Tianmu Palace mistress also stood up and bowed. Although Tianmu Palace mistress was wearing a mask, Guanyin could see through her appearance. She was a very beautiful woman. Therefore, when she came out earlier, she was able to see the beautiful face of Tianmu Palace mistress. Chunxiang had also tried to see through the mask of the Tianmu Temple mistress, but he had never succeeded. He did not know that Guanyin could see through it. Are you all from the Tianmu soul race? Guanyin said in shock. I've heard of the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace and the Demon Soul Woman Empire. They are both from the Heavenly Mother soul race. Sister Guan, my demon spirit nation was abandoned by the Heavenly Mother spirit race long ago. We are no longer part of the Heavenly Mother spirit race. Shanjini said, they look down on our demon spirit nation. Little sister, actually the Heavenly Mother soul race has their own difficulties. Empress Tianmu bit her lip and said, back then they had no choice but to sever ties with bewitching Soul Nation. Is there something you can't tell me directly? Shen Zhenyi snorted. Our demon soul lady kingdom has been cursed and sealed by the 6 paths sacred gate all these years. Do you know how hard it has been? Of course we know. The reason why we chose to sever ties with you is mainly because we were caught red-handed. Empress Tianmu said, This is indeed our fault, but later on we tried to make up for it, trying many ways to help you break free from the 6 paths sacred gate's curse. I don't want to listen. It's just that you look down on our demon soul lady kingdom. You don't care about our life and death, and there is nothing wrong with us cultivating the demon soul Tao. We have become stronger. We have also grasped the soul bestowment inheritance and the method to share the soul bestowment. Shan Zhenyi said, Now that you see how strong we are, you want to rope us in again, right? Zero Xinxiang was secretly shocked. This demon soul Tao is indeed something. To actually come up with the soul bestowment inheritance and the method to share the soul bestowment inheritance. Guaning was also shocked. She had naturally heard of the soul bestowment inheritance, especially a while ago. She had heard of it many times in the clan because the soul bestowment inheritance was very important. Little sister, listen to my explanation, Empress Tianmu said. We are now looking for the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate, to save you all. Humph. Shan Zhenyi crossed her arms and turned her head away, not looking at Empress Tianmu, but she was secretly shocked. Because Shen Xiang had previously said that the Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace would most likely save their demon soul Lady Kingdom. The reason why Shen Xiang made such a guess was mainly because he believed that after the Heavenly Mother spirit race found the life spirit in the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate, they would be able to help the demon soul Lady Kingdom escape from the curse. Guaning was so shocked that her heart was in turmoil, because the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate and the Heavenly Mother Life Spirit were shocking secrets that she had recently heard from the clan. Then explain properly. Why did you abandon our demon soul Lady Kingdom? You even said that we were from the evil path. You were the one who created the demon soul Tao. You know better than anyone whether it is evil or not. Shan Zhenyi continued to question angrily. Because the Life Spirit 6 clans used this as a reason to punish our Heavenly Mother Spirit race. At that time we were too weak, so we had no choice but to pretend to abandon you all. Back then, we used conditions to make an exchange with the sacred regions, 6 paths, sacred gates. They agreed to only seal you all in the demon soul star field, so that they could protect you all. When Empress Tianmu mentioned this matter, her tone suddenly became sad. Shan Xiang did not look at their emotions earlier, mainly because he felt that this kind of situation was not suitable. But now he could not help but see the despair and sadness in Empress Tianmu's eyes. This emotion was like a black fog that shrouded Empress Tianmu's head. Chapter 40, 299. Shen Zhenyi did not say anything. From the look in her eyes, she knew that she must have sacrificed a lot. Tianmu Palace mistress slowly took off her mask. Her entire face was dark black, but it could still be seen that her face was extremely beautiful. Seeing this, Guaning could not help but be moved. Previously, she could see through the mask that Tianmu Palace mistress's face was very beautiful, but she did not know that she had a dark complexion. Other than that, there were many red runes on Tianmu Palace mistress's face, like brands. This is the soul transforming curse. Guan Ying's expression turned solemn as she said, solemnly, Who gave you this? This is a taboo incantation. Life Spirit 6 clans. Tianmu Palace mistress sighed softly because I was the one who passed down the demon soul Tao's technique to my sister. I promised them that I would not spread the demon soul Tao's technique, and I also agreed to let them use the soul transforming curse on me. Once I spread it out, my soul will instantly dissipate. Shen Zhenyi bit her lips, her eyes filled with tears as she roared, You idiot! Why did you pass down the demon's soul Tao to me back then? After saying that, she started crying bitterly. Guan Ying hurriedly went over and hugged her in her arms to comfort her. Shen Xiang looked at Shen Zhenyi's emotions. At this moment, there was only guilt and grief. He did not plan to continue devouring other people's emotions because it would consume a lot of his energy. The demon soul Tao is very important and very powerful. I had to pass it down to you, but I never thought that you could develop the demon soul Tao so quickly and even create your own power. Tianmu Palace Mistress sighed softly. Sister, I have never blamed you. All these years, I have been waiting for you. I knew that you would definitely come out. Now that I can see you, I am truly happy. Tianmu Palace Mistress also walked over and wiped the tears off Shen Jinyi's face. She herself was also crying. Shen Xiang saw the face of Tianmu Palace Mistress, but he still could not remember who she was. Tianmu Palace Mistress had said before that after her rebirth, her appearance was not the same as before, so he did not recognize her. However, Tianmu Palace Mistress and Shen Jinyi were very similar. Their faces were almost the same. It's good that you two have cleared up the misunderstanding. Shen Xiang smiled and said, By the way, Jinyi, you said before, why didn't you allow me to be with your sister? Because Big Sister has a curse. There is a curse in her soul. As long as a man consummates with her, he will become a woman. Shan, Jinyi said, this is the curse of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. For Big Sister to become the Heavenly Mother Palace Master, she must accept this curse to prevent her from betraying the rules of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. It turns out to be like this. What about being with you? Shin Xiang smiled and said, I have kissed you before. Will there be anything wrong? Young Master Shin, how can you treat my sister like this? Mistress Tianmu put on her mask and said, My sister is very innocent. Don't bully her. You little rascal. Now that you've seen my sister's appearance, I guess you don't have those bad thoughts anymore, right? Shan Jinyi curled her lips and said, I knew you only like beauties. Don't worry, I will help your sister break the curse. Shin Xiang said while grinning, I swear the reason why I helped her remove the curse is not because I have any other thoughts about her, but because of justice. Guaning, Shin Jinyi, and Mistress Tianmu looked at Shin Xiang with eyes full of disdain, because they did not believe Shin Xiang at all. Big Sister Asgard Mistress, who exactly are you? Shan Xiang asked. I'm really curious to death, can't you tell me? I already said we were just ping back then, the water met. Furthermore, after I reincarnated, regardless of whether it was my personality or appearance, there were new changes. I was no longer the same person from back then, but I still retain the memories of my previous life. Mistress Tianmu laughed. In this life, we should also be fated to be together. Young Master Shin, don't be too bothered about this matter. No, we can all be considered to have reincarnated, yet we can still meet. Furthermore, so many things have happened. Then our fate must not be over. Shin Xiang said, I must find out who you are. Shen Xiang thought of something important, then took out the destiny plate and started talking about the Scarlet Dragon Island. Big Sister Asgard Mistress, where exactly is this destiny plate leading us to? Shin Xiang said, I always feel that you know a lot of things. Don't hide it from us now. The destiny plate is very magical. I don't know where Xue Ying found it either. She only said that the place where the destiny plate pointed to was the place where her destiny plate belonged. In short, she said it was very complicated back then. Mistress Tianmu took the destiny plate and shook her head lightly. I don't recommend you go. It's too dangerous. It points to the Azure Sea. Shin Xiang said, I want to go. Since that's the case, then I won't stop you. Mistress Tianmu looked at Shan Jinyi, then said in a low voice, Jinyi, you must protect young Master Shin, no matter what. You can't let him die. Even if you have to sacrifice your own life, you must protect him. Why? This was asked by Shin Xiang. Jinyi did not ask. She only looked at Shin Xiang, then nodded. Young Master Shin, you are very important to the world-defying universe. You cannot die. Although I don't want you to follow the destiny plate, I can't stop you, because what you do might be destined. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace said, "The only thing I can do is to let my sister protect you. Young Master Shen, I'll go with you." Guaning said, "With me joining, you will be even safer." "All right." Shen Xiang nodded. Chapter 40, 300. In Shen Xiang's opinion, all the Heavenly Nightmare altars should be about the same. He also did not know why he was not afraid of the Heavenly Nightmare altar and could easily destroy it. Therefore, he wanted to find another Heavenly Nightmare altar to try and see if he could devour the power of the Heavenly Nightmare altar again. He had a feeling that the power of the Heavenly Nightmare altar that he had devoured could still be improved, because right now he could only devour other people's emotions. That was all. It did not seem to bring about any benefits. Of course, devouring other people's emotions was of great help to him. For example, just now, he had controlled Shenjini and Heavenly Mother's emotions to mediate between them. This feeling of controlling other people's emotions made him feel extremely satisfied. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Previously, when Jinni destroyed the lair of Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heaven Palace, they still did not come to take revenge. This means that the Kanglin Sea is very important to them. Shin Xiang said, "Didn't the Dean of the Sacred Elixir sect say it before? Soon, they will send an elder to find me." Shenjini said, "It's good that they're here. I'll directly destroy them. If you guys go to the Kanglin Sea, I only hope that you guys will be careful. Don't be rash, don't take risks. Don't be impulsive. You have to think about the consequences calmly." Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress warned, "When you encounter danger, you have to know how to escape." I know, so long-winded. We're not children. We understand these things." Shinjini waved her hand impatiently. "Sister, just wait for our good news." She was still rather confident in Xinxiang because she knew that Xinxiang had a lot of good things in his hands. Furthermore, with Guan Ying's participation this time, there was no need to talk about it. "From the looks of it, you didn't listen at all." Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress was very strict. She snorted and said, "Sister, you have to protect young Master Shinwell. Remember, he doesn't need my protection." Shenjini pouted. "Maybe I need his protection." Shen Xiang also laughed out loud because that was indeed the case. Although his cultivation was not high, his abilities were vast. Guaning also thought so. If not for Shin Xiang's help when she escaped to the sacred region, she would have been unconscious for a long time. "Are you really going to set off?" Now, Empress Tianmu was still a little worried. "No, I want to wait for the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace to send people over." Shanjini said, "I'm going to twist their heads off. When I go to the Kanglin Sea and see those guys, I'll throw these heads at them." "All right, you are still the same." Empress Tianmu smiled bitterly. "Sister Asgard Mistress, how did your demon's soul method come about?" Xinxiang asked, "Why is it so powerful?" He was actually punished by the 6 clans of the Life Soul realm. I can tell that the 6 clans of Life Soul are very afraid of your demon's soul Dao. That's right, big sister. I've always wanted to know if your Yao soul Dao was created by you, or did you learn it from somewhere else? Shin Jini also asked, "I once heard of the demonic soul Dao in the clan, but that was many years ago. The elders of the clan said that the demonic spirit path can allow one to cultivate a powerful demonic spirit and then obtain power through the demonic spirit," said Guaning. "Sister Guan, what clan are you from?" Empress Tianmu was very surprised to have such a level of understanding of the demonic soul Dao. Even the Shen family can't reach that level. "I'm from the Kuan clan," said Guaning. Shin Xiang knew that Guaning was very honest. She actually told others that she was from the Kuan clan. Shan Jini and Empress Tianmu, who were originally sitting on the chairs, immediately stood up in shock because they were instinctively hostile towards the 6 clans of Life Soul realm. They rarely interacted with people from the Kuan clan, but they had interacted with the 6 Paths Saint Gate and the 6 clans of Life Soul Realm could directly order the 6 paths Saint Gate. They were the 6 paths Saint Gate's backing. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Ying has already betrayed the Kuin clan. She was almost killed by the Kuin clan, but fortunately, she escaped to the great Kuin sect. Shanxiang quickly walked over and said with a smile, Jinny, you saw Ying teleported here from the manor of Ancestor Kuin. She was heavily injured at that time. I was the one who healed her. She. Who is she? How do you know her? Why can she go to the manor of Ancestor Kuin? Shen Jinny was shocked. Young Master Shen, the people of the 6 clans of Life Soul are all very dangerous. Empress Tianmu was also extremely vigilant. She was the one who founded the Great Kuin sect. Xinxiang said, It's just that after she founded it, she handed it over to Grandma Kuin-min, and then she helped the Kuin clan for many years. Actually, she was also tricked by those old fellows of the Kuin clan. After that, Xinxiang briefly explained Guanying's experience. The main mission that the Kuin clan had given to Guanying was to protect the natural balance of the world-defying stage universe and not allow anyone to interfere with the various natural phenomena of the world-defying stage universe. She appeared and did not allow anyone to interfere with the great life soul's tribulation. Only later did she find out that the Kuin clan had lied to them. In fact, the 6 clans of Life Soul were all like this, deceiving their clansmen and giving them a great ideal to do things with passion. Furthermore, they always thought that what they did was righteous. I once heard from Tian clan's mother that the people of Kuin clan are all bald. After Empress Tianmu heard this, she asked doubtfully, but she has very long hair? Is it a wig? Chapter 4301. Although Shanxiang had lived for a long time, he had a lot of memories in his soul, and there were some things that he was unable to recall immediately. However, he did not have any impression of the demon Soul Dao's cultivation method. He did not need to recall carefully to be sure that he had never created it before. Young Master Shin, it was not called the demon Soul Dao at that time. At that time, you only realized it by chance and then told me. It was very simple. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said, No matter what, the demon Soul Dao was born because of you. You are the demon Soul Dao ancestor. Then, what is the cultivation method of the demon Soul Dao? Xinxiang immediately asked. I have never seen it before. Maybe after I see it, I might have an impression of it. In the past, if it was not called the demon Soul Dao and was just some kind of cultivation method, then Xinxiang might have created it before. He had fiddled with quite a few cultivation methods, so he definitely did not know which one was the demon Soul Dao. I can't pass it to you, the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said. I have been cursed. I cannot pass it to anyone else. Jinny, what about you? Shanxiang looked at Shan Jinny. You have now brought the demon Soul Dao to greater heights. Your comprehension of the demon Soul Dao should be very deep. You can teach it to me, right? No. Shenjini shook her head. I promised my sister back then that I would not pass the demon Soul Dao to anyone other than the Heavenly Mother Soul race. If I were to spread it, I would be cursed by the Heavenly Mother Soul race. Then what is the demon Soul Dao like? Shanxiang was going crazy as he scratched his head crazily. It was fine if he did not know who the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress was, but he did not even know the cultivation method that he had once created. Shin Jinny was shocked in her heart. She knew that Xinxiang was a reborn person. After all, it was impossible for a youth to have Xinxiang's shrewd methods. But she never thought that Xinxiang would actually be so old and had once inspired her sister to create the demon Soul Dao. Young Master Shen, don't be too sad. The demon Soul Dao is not of much use to you, because after I was reborn as a member of the Heavenly Mother Soul race, my improvements to the demon Soul Dao are mainly based on the Heavenly Mother Soul race. Tianmu Palace Mistress smiled and said, Only women can cultivate it. If a man cultivates demon Soul Dao, he will become neither a man nor a woman. Really? Xinxiang curled his lips and said, Then he looked at Tianmu Palace Master with his eyes and confirmed that what she said was true. If Tianmu Palace Mistress had lied, the clear heart, I would have given him a hint. There was no need for him to open it. Of course it's real. Empress Tianmu said, Jinni, I can't cultivate the demonic soul Dao now, but you can. Although you can't teach the demonic soul Dao to outsiders, you can ask young Master Shen if you don't understand anything. Ask him for advice. He doesn't seem to know anything about the beast soul Dao. Can he guide me in my cultivation? Jinni was filled with doubts as she mumbled. Will he instruct me to act recklessly and cause me to go mad? That won't happen. Although young Master Shin doesn't understand the current demon soul Dao, he's still a demon soul Dao. However, his comprehension ability is very, very high. You will know when you communicate more in the future. Tianmu Palace Mistress smiled and said, Young Master Shin, if I encounter any problems in my cultivation, I'll have to consult you. Don't find me annoying. I won't. Shen Xiang curled his lips and said, But you, why don't you tell me your name in your previous life? As long as you tell me your name, I'll be able to remember it. Young Master Shin, when fate comes, we might be able to continue our previous fate. Right now, I am using my current identity to get to know you. That's not bad. Empress Tianmu laughed. All right, I hope fate will come soon. Shen Xiang laughed bitterly. It's getting late. I have to go back and take care of Tianmu's mother. Empress Tianmu said, Her current state is very unstable. I can't leave her for too long. How is the mother of the Tian clan's clone now? Shen Xiang asked anxiously. He also wanted to know why the mother of the Tian clan's clone would suddenly appear. She opened her eyes, but she was in a semi-conscious state, spouting nonsense. Empress Tianmu shook her head and said, Her soul has yet to recover. We need to wait a little longer. Why don't you bring her here? I'll see if I can help her. Shen Xiang said, I have a skill in treating souls. Elder sister, just let him try. This little scoundrel is really good at dealing with souls. Jinni believed in this very much. When I came from the divine realm, my soul was severely injured. If not for young Master Shen helping me treat it, I would have needed a few thousand years to recover. Guaning, who was at the side, also said, But the Tian clan's mother's clone cannot leave the Tianmu sacred palace. Once she leaves, her connection with the original body will be completely severed. The part of the Tian clan's mother's soul will also dissipate. Empress Tianmu shook her head. If the soul of the clone dissipates, the clone of the Tian clan's mother will only be a corpse. Can't I just make a trip to the Tianmu sacred palace? Shen Xiang laughed. It's not a big deal. You can't go. Tianmu's sacred palace does not allow men to enter, unless you give yourself a knife. Jinni really took out a knife and laughed sinisterly. If you need, I can help you. Little demoness, you're up to no good. I'm your demon soul Tao ancestor. Shen Xiang immediately clamped his legs together. Empress Tianmu, who was at the side, laughed and said, Young Master Shen, don't worry. We can take good care of the Tian clan's mother. You can go to the Azure Sea without worry. I'll leave Jinjin and Shui Yi to you. These two girls are very greedy. Don't spoil them, lest they eat up your Tianmu sacred palace. Shen Xiang said. Chapter 4302. Shen Xiang was only curious about the Demon Soul Dao technique. Firstly, he wanted to see how powerful the Demon Soul Dao technique was, and why it was banned by the 6 races. Secondly, he wanted to use the Demon Soul Dao technique to recall some past events that would help him deduce who the Holy Mother Palace Master was in her previous life. Chun Xiang was refining pills in his room. His mind was filled with the matter of the Demon Soul Dao method and the Tianmu Palace Mistress. He felt that this matter had already become a heart demon, so he had to quickly remember who the Tianmu Palace Mistress was, otherwise he would feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Fortunately, Jinni was by his side. If he wanted to obtain the Demon Soul Dao technique from her, he could only start with her. Shinjini was also cultivating. She was adapting to her soul talent. She suddenly felt that her understanding of soul talent was wrong, especially after knowing Xinxiang. She felt that there was still a lot to be discovered about soul talent. Guan Ying ran around the great Kuan sect and began to take care of the sect's affairs. Xinxiang had told Du Hai that Guan Ying was the true ancestor who founded the great Kuan sect. Therefore, Du Hai and the others listened to Guan Ying. Furthermore, they also discovered that Guan Ying was indeed very familiar with the great Kuan sect, especially the array formations here. There was also a very powerful array in the great Kuan sect. There was also a huge energy source hidden deep under the great Kuan manor. These discoveries could greatly increase the defenses of the entire great Kuan sect. Du Hai and Wang Tianwen also seized the time to learn about the great Kuan sect from Guan Ying. There was also an explanation of various cultivation techniques. After all, Guan Ying had lived for many years and was from the Kuan race. She had many cultivation techniques from the divine realm in her hands. She even had many precious runes. Only now did she know that the ancestors back then were not very responsible for the great Kuan sect. They had wasted many important inheritances of the great Kuan sect. With Guan Ying's addition, the entire great Kuan sect became active again in just a few days. The biggest problem now was that there were no new disciples joining. This was because the Punishment Elder and the others had taken the entire combat academy away. Fortunately, Xinxiang had refined several Saint King Essence pills. This way, they could use the Saint King Essence pills to advertise and attract disciples to join. Xinxiang didn't need to worry about the great Kuan sect now. He could refine pills in peace and think about how to obtain the demonic soul Tao technique from Shinjini. Because of the curse of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race, Shinjini could not pass on the demonic spirit Tao arts to outsiders. In other words, she could only pass it on to the members of her demonic spirit nation. As for the specifics of the curse, Xinxiang didn't have a clear understanding of it yet, so he still had to test it out. Although Xinxiang stayed in his room to concoct pills, his mind was very active. He could do other things, such as simulating various battles in his mind to familiarize himself with the various cultivation techniques he had created. Or he could enter the Soul Fu's sea of consciousness to study his own Soul Fu. After a few days of in-depth research, he realized that the emotions swallowed by the Eye of Clarity could be used. Since I can devour other people's emotions, I can also inject the emotions I devour into others. For the past few days, Xinxiang had been studying the clear heart eye in depth and had successfully mobilized the emotions that he had devoured. If I inject the emotions of anger that I devoured into others, would it be easy to anger them? Xinxiang only had this thought, but he had never tried it, and he didn't dare to use Shinjini to try it in case the consequences were irreversible. After he stayed in his room for 8 days, the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace finally sent people to the great Kuan sect. According to the news from Guan Ying, they were all from the Six Paths Sacred Gate. The Six Paths Sacred Gate had completely devoured the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace in the sacred region. The All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace in the Tsanglan Sea were very important, but they were destroyed by Shenjini, so the Six Paths Sacred Gate was very angry. Because they didn't have enough manpower, they didn't make a move. However, they still had an important matter, and that was to go to the great Kuan sect to retrieve the Heavenless Saintess. The Heavenless Saintess had a Soul Fu, so the Six Paths Sacred Gate was very concerned about this matter, and now she had finally come. According to the information they had, the great Kuan sect had a holy venerate, but he wasn't strong. Moreover, the main thing was that Du Hai was stronger in alchemy, so they didn't think much of the great Kuan sect's strength. What they didn't know was that the strongest person in the great Kuan sect was Guan Ying, and even Xinxiang wasn't sure how strong she was in the sacred region. Chapter 4303. Shenjini was seriously discussing the matter of the Soul Fu exploration. However, Xinxiang had such an attitude, causing her to be so angry that she knocked Xinxiang's head. "Little scoundrel, I'm talking about serious matters. Be serious. Shen Zhini turned around and quickened her pace towards the entrance of the great Kuan sect. She did not want to talk to Xinxiang anymore. I'm serious, too, Xinxiang said. Have you ever thought that the soul fu is stored in the depths of the soul? Furthermore, it is difficult to take it out. If our soul fu wants to come into contact with each other, we definitely need our souls to come into contact with each other. Of course I know. Let's talk about it in the future. Shen Zhini said, if our souls come into contact with each other, wouldn't that be equivalent to having intimate contact with each other? Shan Xiang jogged behind Shen Zhini and said with a smile, Zhini, according to my experience, the contact of the soul is even more intimate than the intimate contact of the body. Little scoundrel, what nonsense are you thinking about again? You are not allowed to think about it. Shen Zhini coldly snorted, grabbed Xinxiang's hand, and said, we are still in a hurry. Along the way, Shen Zhini did not speak anymore as she ran towards the entrance of the great Kuan sect. Guaning and Du Hai had already arrived. They are still within the barrier of the gate and have not left. The people sent by the 6 Tao sacred sect outside are 2 elders. They are currently conversing with Du Hai. Their attitude is extremely bad. Great Kuan sect, you can say that you have nothing now. Back then, you were indeed very strong. But now, you are not even a fart in the eyes of our 6 Tao sacred sect. The old man's words carried a threatening tone as he mocked. If we need to, we can raise your dilapidated Great Kuan sect to the ground within 3 days. I just said that the matter of the Heavenless Saintess has nothing to do with us. Du Hai said, the Heavenless Saintess is indeed in the Great Kuan sect, but she came with a friend. Bullshit. The Heavenless Saintess was abducted by you. The old man said angrily, if you don't open the barrier and let us in, you'll see. Guan Ying just remained silent at the side because Shen Zhini had said before that this matter would be left to her to handle. The Great Kuan sect's barrier had already been strengthened a lot by Guan Ying. The people from the 6 Path Sacred Gates had also tested it earlier and found that the barrier was very sturdy and difficult to break in a short period of time. That was why they said so many vicious words to threaten Du Hai to open the barrier. Only 2 dogs came from the 6 Paths Sacred Gate. After Shen Zhini arrived, she walked forward and said coldly, you sent 2 old dogs to pick me up. Are you looking down on me? You are. An old man was shocked to see this cold and charming woman. From Shen Zhini's words, she seemed to be the Heavenless Saintess. I am the saint lady that you are looking for. Shen Zhini laughed coldly. Right, why are you looking for me? Is there anything urgent? How did you become like this? Another old man frowned. You should have seen me before. I don't remember. A dog like you is too ordinary and did not leave any impression on me. Shen Zhini's eyes were full of contempt as she said, old thing, did you really only send 2 people? Or are all the trash of the 6 Paths Sacred Gates dead? Only 2 old dogs like you are left? Damn girl, you rebel. Is this how you talk to us, elders? You traitor. The old man was furious. Right? Songlan Sea Cities, Heavenly Palace, and Heavenless Divine Palace were destroyed by me. The people inside were also killed by me. Shen Zhini laughed coldly. 6 Paths Sacred Gate only sent the 2 of you. What a pity. I thought that I would be able to kill to my heart's content today. After saying that, she looked at Guan Ying and signaled her to let her out. Shen Zhini walked to the door and stood on a circular array. Guan Ying opened the circular array and teleported Shen Zhini outside the barrier. Shen Xiang was a little worried about Shen Zhini. After Guan Ying saw that, she also walked to the circular array and teleported outside. This way, she can protect Shen Zhini. After Shen Zhini went out, she did not say a word and directly started fighting. She did not use the Devil Soul Dao's cultivation technique, and one could not even see the power of the Devil Soul Dao. However, her cultivation and soul power are very strong. suppressing the two old men of the Six Paths Sacred Gate. Xinxiang also opened his clear mind eye at this time and saw that the two old men of the Six Paths Sacred Gate were incomparably terrified. He immediately devoured the two emotions of fear. What made him secretly surprised was that he could actually devour other people's emotions through the barrier. Also, after the two old men's fear was devoured by Xinxiang, they immediately felt fear again. Xinxiang continued to devour. Without fear, the two old men of the Six Paths Sacred Gate did not think of retreating. They attacked madly as if they did not care about their lives. Then, Xinxiang saw that the two old men were in a strange state. Pain? They are injured and now they are in pain. Can I also devour their pain? Xinxiang was secretly surprised, and then he tried to devour their pain. Chapter 4304. Xinxiang imagined that if he could control the emotions of others, that would be incredible. It was as if he could control the hearts of others. This kind of ability was even better than his own strength. No matter how strong one was, there was still a limit. Under the same cultivation level, if there were more opponents, it would be difficult to defeat them. In the end, they could only escape. With the help of ancestral Master Guan, the Great Kuan sex barrier is already very strong. It can withstand fierce attacks for a long time. Du Hai said, "If you want to go to the Azure Sea, you don't have to worry about us." Originally, Du Hai did not wish for Xinxiang to go to the Azure Sea. However, now that he saw that Guaning and Xinxiang were both very strong and that Xinxiang had all sorts of means to protect himself, he felt a lot more at ease. "Grandpa Du, we will be back soon." During this period of time, you can interact more with the Shen family, Xinxiang said. However, it's best to wait until I understand the situation of the Saint Profound Star before deciding whether to call Long Juxiao and the others over. The current situation of the Saint Profound Star was very unclear because they did not know what kind of danger was hidden under the Azure Sea. From the information that Guaning had brought, the great crisis that the sacred region was facing clearly erupted from the Azure Sea. Furthermore, the various clues that Shui-Ing had left behind all pointed to the bottom of the Azure Sea. Xinxiang took out the communication talisman and told the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress that they were preparing to set off. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress earnestly advised Xinxiang and Xinjini. After that, Xinxiang also contacted the great elder of the Shen family, Xin Ziqing, and told him that he was going to the Azure Sea. Xinxiang is very worried about this young clan king. This is because Xinxiang is the hope of the Xin family and can bring luck to the Xin family. He does not wish for anything to happen to Xinxiang. However, Xinxiang said that he had received instructions from Shan Tianhu when he went to the Azure Sea, so Shen Ziqing could not say anything. Because the elders of the Xin family were cursed, they could not go to the Azure Sea. Then, like the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress, he nagged Xinxiang. After everything was arranged, Xinxiang and company immediately set off. "Let's go to Red Dragon Island first." Shenjini said, "Those guys from the Red Dragon tribe are pretty good. Let's ask them if they're interested in going to the Kanglan Sea." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Xinxiang nodded. Xinxiang had a very cordial feeling towards the Scarlet Dragon Island. He believed that the birth of the Scarlet Dragon tribe definitely had a deep relationship with the slaughtering Scarlet Dragon, so he wanted to clarify this matter. "Sister Yingying, can you fly?" Xinxiang looked at Guaning and said with a smile, "If you can fly, Zhen Yi can carry me and fly." "No." Guaning shook her head and sighed. "I don't know what's going on in the sacred region. It's getting harder and harder to fly now. I can't fly." "Use your little mirror." Shanjini curled her lips and said, "You just want me to carry you, little scoundrel." "I can only use the small mirror." Xinxiang was a little disappointed. Because Shanjini was carrying him, the feeling was very good, and he enjoyed it very much. Xinxiang released the 6 realms mirrors and became so big that it could sit down 3 people. Guaning knew that this was Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors, but she did not say it out loud, because this was Xin Xiang's secret. Shan Jinyi only knew that this mirror was very powerful, but she never thought that it was a 6 realms mirrors, because in her knowledge, because the 6 realms mirrors was a peerless weapon, the kind that would kill whoever it shone on, or after being shown on, it would immediately turn into ashes or something. Who would have thought that this thing was a flying magic treasure? Furthermore, when Shen Xiang used the 6 realms mirrors to fight, it was mainly used for defense or something, and the rest was used to absorb souls. The 6 realms mirrors flew in the air. Shen Xiang was together with the 2 beauties, and it was very comfortable. Especially teasing Xin Jinyi from time to time, it made him very happy. Guaning was now quite quiet. She sat there quietly, looking down at the sea from above. Young Master Xin, what do you think the fate of the 6 clans of life spirit will be? Guaning looked into the distance and suddenly asked softly, Sister Yingying, how does he know the fate of the 6 clans of life spirit? He's not a fortune teller. Xin Jinyi said from the side. How could I not know? The fate of the 6 clans of life spirit has already been decided. They will definitely be destroyed by me with my own hands. Shen Xiang snorted. These guys, I will teach them a lesson. Young Master Xin, I know you are very capable, but you are bragging too much. Disintegrate the 6 clans of life spirit? What kind of joke is this? Although I wish that they were all dead, to be honest, I only dare to think about it, because such a thing is simply impossible. Xin Jinyi said, Chapter 4305. When Xin Xiang was at the Scarlet Dragon Island, he knew that the trees there were very tenacious and difficult to destroy. It was even more difficult to ignite them. But now there was an area on the coast of the Scarlet Dragon Island that was emitting thick smoke. It was as if the forest on the coast had been ignited. A flame that could ignite the trees on the Scarlet Dragon Island was no ordinary flame. That flame is green. Guaning could see it from afar and said with a frown, this flame, could it be the 6 paths, sacred gates, 6 paths, heavenly fire? What 6 paths, heavenly fire? Their flames are evil flames, extremely vicious. Shan Jinyi said, Sister Yingying, you haven't personally fought with the people from the 6 paths, sacred gate, right? All the powers they use are extremely evil. That shouldn't be the case. Guaning had heard of the 6 paths, sacred gate. Back then, the great Kuan sect had also clashed with the 6 paths, sacred gate. You'll know when you see them. Shan Jinyi said, the 6 paths, sacred gate is becoming more and more depraved. Now they have become extremely evil. In short, they are no longer like before. The fall of the 6 paths, sacred gate, should be related to the life spirit, 6 clans. Shan Xiang also took out a telescope and looked at the smoking area. Indeed, he could see green flames coming out from time to time. Furthermore, the black smoke flickered with green lightning. It's indeed the 6 paths ghost fire. Shan Jinyi said these bastards actually attacked the Scarlet Dragon Island. Shen Xiang took out a communication talisman and contacted the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. He had given many communication talismans to the Scarlet Dragon race before. Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, what's going on over there? I see smoke coming out of your Scarlet Dragon Island. Xin Xiang said, are you guys all right? Shen Xiang did not get an answer, which made him a little worried. After all, the Scarlet Dragon race was related to killing the Scarlet Dragon race, and the Scarlet Dragon race gave him a very close feeling. So he did not want anything to happen to the Scarlet Dragon race. There's so many heavenly jewels under the Scarlet Dragon Island. It's impossible for them not to be targeted. Shan Jinyi said, furthermore, the Scarlet Dragon race is no match for the 6 paths sacred gate. It's normal for them to be bullied. Xin Xiang can only speed up the divine mirror of 6 paths. When he was close to the Scarlet Dragon Island, the Patriarch of the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch finally responded. Young Master Shen, we're under siege. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch said dejectedly, that group of fellows are very terrifying. They're very strong and there are too many of them. We can't beat them, so we can only hide. Are you all okay? Xinxiang was relieved. At least the Crimson Dragon Patriarch could still contact him. Dozens of our clansmen were killed. They were all eaten by those fellows. The Crimson Dragon Island is definitely doomed. We can't beat them, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch said sorrowfully. Xinxiang was secretly shocked. The overall strength of the Red Dragon race was not considered weak, but the Six Paths Sacred Gate was able to put them in such a difficult situation. This shouldn't be the main force of the Six Paths Sacred Gate, Xinjini said. If it is the main force of the Six Paths Sacred Gate, it is impossible for them not to have an air patrol. Are you sure? Xinxiang had a look of shock on his face as he said, It's not the main force, but the Crimson Dragon tribe can't even put up a fight. Isn't the main force this strong too? Or is it because the Red Dragon race is too useless? I've already said that the Six Paths Sacred Gate is very powerful. So when you said that you wanted to kill the Six Paths Sacred Gate, you were simply bragging. Shen Zhini rolled her eyes and said, You even said that you wanted to kill the Six Paths Sacred Gate. You really know how to brag. Young Master Shin, the Crimson Dragon Island should be very important. Otherwise, the Six Paths Sacred Gate would not have occupied it. Guaning said, How about this? I will go and investigate first. I am from the Kuan race of the Six Paths Sacred Gate. I also have the token of the Six Paths Sacred Gate. I can sneak in and understand the situation. You can't go. I'm afraid that there will be an accident. Xinxiang anxiously pulled Guanying's hand, not letting her go. What's there to worry about? I'm not weak. Besides, I have the token of the Six Paths Sacred Gate, which can give me a very high status. Guaning laughed and said, Don't worry, I will definitely return safely. Sister Ying, it's better if you don't go. Shen Zhini also did not want Guaning to go alone. Of course I have to go. Guaning said, You guys go and find your Crimson Dragon tribe friends first. I will sneak into the Six Paths Sacred Gates army and find out what they are doing. All right, but don't force yourself. If you find anything wrong, leave immediately, understand? Xinxiang warned. Got it. Guaning nodded. Xinxiang's divine mirror of six paths landed on the shore. Guaning lightly tapped the beach, and in the blink of an eye, she ran into the forest and rushed towards the burning area. As for Xinxiang and Xinjini, they went to find the Crimson Dragon tribe to understand the situation. The Crimson Dragon tribe leader told Xinxiang where they were hiding. It was at the other end of the island. There were not that many heavenly jewels there, so they had built an underground palace a long time ago. Now they were hiding in that underground palace. Chapter 4306. Xinxiang is very suspicious. Back then, the slaughtering Crimson Dragon self-destructed after eating that pill, causing the birth of a new world defying stage universe. At that time, the slaughtering Crimson Dragon had already dissipated, leaving behind only its soul. The Demon Soul Nation should have never come into contact with the slaughtering Crimson Dragon, but they used the slaughtering Crimson Dragon as their totem. The slaughtering Crimson Dragon is the supreme demon soul divine beast of the demon soul Tao. This is what my sister said. Shen Zhini said. Her demon soul Tao method was also inspired by the slaughtering Crimson Dragon. Xinxiang suddenly understood why Tianmu Palace Mistress said that the demon soul Tao was related to him. Could it be because of the slaughtering Crimson Dragon? However, how did Tianmu Palace Mistress comprehend the demon soul Tao method through the slaughtering Crimson Dragon? Could it be that she had come into contact with the slaughtering Crimson Dragon and thus knew something about Xinxiang? Why didn't Big Sister Palace Mistress mention the slaughtering Crimson Dragon to me? Xinxiang asked doubtfully. Tianmu Palace Mistress should have told him before. Xinxiang, if there really is an egg of the slaughtering Crimson Dragon, you must think of a way to get it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the Six Paths Sacred Gates. Xin Jini said, because she believes that she can't do anything against the 6 paths sacred gates. But Shenxiang is different. He might be able to snatch the dragon egg. Ing, do they know where the slaughtering crimson dragon's egg is? Shenxiang asked. If you have any clues, tell me immediately. The people from the 6 paths sacred gates are not sure either, but they only know that the egg is on this island. Guan Ying said, they want to force the Crimson Dragon race to appear. They think that the Crimson Dragon race knows the whereabouts of the egg. Guan Ying had already successfully snuck into the group of people from the 6 paths sacred gates and was not suspected by them. After all, she was from the Kuan race, and the power of the Kuan race was still very strong. Although the people from the 6 paths sacred gates had already escaped the control of the Life Spirit 6 clans, they still recognized their strength. So when they saw Guan Ying's strength, they did not dare to act recklessly and cooperated. The main reason was because the 6 paths Saint Gates people were worried. The Life Spirit 6 races could return to the sacred region, and if they offended the Kuan race, they would be dead for sure. Ying, you'd better come back quickly, Xinxiang said. I don't trust you to stay there. It's okay, I can take care of myself. If I follow them, I can grasp their movements. Guan Ying said, if there is really danger, with their strength, they can't do anything to me. All right, then you have to be extra careful. Xinxiang warned. Xinxiang, is Sister Ying not coming back? Xin Jini was also very worried. After all, there were many people from the 6 paths Holy Gate. She will continue to stay there and collect information for us, Xinxiang said. I will contact the Red Dragon clan leader first and see if he knows where the egg is. Xinxiang immediately contacted the Red Dragon Patriarch. Clan leader, is there an egg of the slaughtering Crimson Dragon on Crimson Dragon Island? Xinxiang asked directly. Young Master Xin, you can't be here for that egg, right? The Red Dragon Patriarch began to be vigilant. Of course not. I just want to take a look, and I don't want that egg to fall into the hands of the 6 paths Holy Gate. Xinxiang said, Young Master Xin, please go back. We will protect that egg. The Red Dragon Patriarch sighed. That egg is very important to us. The Red Dragon Patriarch obviously did not want to tell Xinxiang, nor did he want outsiders to interfere. Patriarch, I'll go find you now, Xinxiang said. I really won't take your egg. You must believe me. Young Master Xin, please go back. The Red Dragon Patriarch said, that egg is related to the life and death of our entire clan. There cannot be any accidents. Please understand. The Red Dragon clan was hiding in the underground palace, and Xinxiang had already found them. If they did not want to meet, Xinxiang would not force them. They don't want to see me, Xinxiang said to Xinjini. Let's meet with Ying first. It seems like that egg is very important to them. Xinjini could also guess why the Red Dragon clan did not want to see Xinxiang. Not long after the 6 realms mirrors flew out, Xinxiang sensed that there were a few people in the forest below. They were holding a large detection tool in their hands. Not good. It's the people from the 6 paths Holy Gate. Xinxiang said they are investigating the hiding place of the Red Dragon clan. Since they are already here, they must already know that the Red Dragon clan is hiding below. Shanjini said, but no matter what, let's kill them first. Xinxiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to descend. Just as they entered the forest, they heard a man happily say, Captain, we found it. That underground palace is where the Red Dragon clan is hiding. Chapter 4307. Shanjini used the vermilion bird tender silk to deal with a few Saint Kings is a piece of cake, but she still failed to stop them from leaking information. They know that I have the vermilion bird tender silk. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Shanjini gritted her teeth and cursed. I will definitely be hunted down by those bastards. Xinxiang collected the souls of those people and extracted the Yuan power from them. He has not collected enough Yuan power yet, so he is unable to awaken the two soul talents for the time being. He has tried before and found that the amount of yuan power required to awaken the soul talent is very high. He suspects that the more yuan power he consumes, the stronger the soul talent he awakens. Someone is coming. They are not weak. The small mirror in Xin Xiang's hand suddenly vibrated. He looked at the mirror and found a few light dots. It should be the guys from Six Paths Sacred Gate. They have sent out many teams to find the Scarlet Dragon tribe. They are Saint Realm. Shen Jinni's expression changed. She said in a deep voice, "There are a total of 3 Saint Realm." "Can you kill them?" Shen Xiang asked. "They already know that the Scarlet Dragon tribe is in the underground palace. The main force will arrive soon. We must chase these guys away and then set a trap here." Shen Xiang sincerely wants to help the Scarlet Dragon tribe. He also does not want the Scarlet Dragon tribe to fall into the hands of Six Paths Sacred Gate. The few guys that were killed by Shen Jinni just now said that they want to eat the meat of the Scarlet Dragon tribe. If the Scarlet Dragon tribe falls into their hands, their fate will be very miserable. I'll try my best to chase them away." Shen Jinni looked at the vermilion bird, Tender Silk, wrapped around her sword and sighed. It's a pity that the vermilion bird Tender Silk is still in the growth stage. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to kill them. Xin Xiang immediately hid. Not long after, 3 Saint Realm experts arrived. The other 3 Saint King Realm experts were slightly slower than them. The Scarlet Dragon tribe is hiding deep underground, and there is a woman with the vermilion bird Tender Silk here. The Saint Realm expert who spoke is a yellow-haired old man. He is wearing a golden robe made of scales. The golden scales on his body are shining brightly. They look like the scales of a very powerful beast with extremely strong defense. "Where did your vermilion bird, Tender Thread, come from? This is a peerless weapon. You better hand it over to us obediently." The yellow-haired old man looked at Shen Jinni and said with a smile, "My name is Huang Jinlin. You can call me Holy Sovereign Jinlin. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to seal the peerless weapon in your hands." "Old bastard of the Six Paths Sacred Gate, are you trying to trick a child? Who doesn't know that your Six Path Sacred Gates are all villains? Why are you acting like a good person?" Shen Jinni shouted angrily. "You know we are from the Six Paths Sacred Gate. You're not from the Crimson Dragon clan. Who are you?" Huang Jinlin looked at the red-haired, red-eyed woman in front of him and said with a lewd smile, "No matter who you are, it's your fortune to fall into my hands today." "Ha ha ha, old scoundrel. I will let you die miserably." After Shen Jinni finished speaking, she turned around and jumped into the forest. It is very difficult for her to deal with 3 Six Paths Sacred Gates, Holy Sovereigns. She can only rely on her flying advantage and cooperate with the sturdy trees in the forest to create an opportunity to kill them in one strike. Other than Huang Jinlin, there are 2 other middle-aged Holy Sovereigns. They are also very strong. "Emoing, go and see if you can deal with that old bastard." Shen Xiang ordered Mo Ying's divine soul to sneak attack Huang Jinlin. Huang Jinlin also jumped between the trees and chased after Shen Jinni. At the same time, he said with a sinister smile, "What a woman with character! Women like you are very rare. You look very seductive and cold. If I can take you down, I am willing to shorten my lifespan by 3 years. Ha ha ha." Shen Jinni is furious. She is the Demon Soul Empress. If not for the fact that she has not yet reached her peak strength after rebirth, she would not have to endure such humiliation. Also, if not for the fact that she promised Xin Xiang to chase away those people, she would have just flown away and no one would be able to do anything to her. "Old Huang, that woman can fly, and she has the vermilion bird Tender Thread. We should still be worried." A middle-aged man reminded Huang Jinlin, "It's fine. Her vermilion bird, Tender Thread, has not unleashed its strongest power. No one can unleash the power of the vermilion bird, Tender Thread. There is nothing to be afraid of." Huang Jinlin laughed. At this time, Mo Ying's divine soul has already flown over and attached itself to Huang Jinlin's soul. What the hell? Huang Jinlin immediately became alert. His face became sinister as he shouted, "Despicable bastard! What method did you use to interfere with my soul?" Xinxiang, who is hiding, is secretly shocked because Mo Ying's divine soul can no longer defeat Huang Jinlin as easily as before. Huang Jinlin is clearly resisting, and it has a certain effect. Xin Jini immediately seized the opportunity and flew over, thrusting her sword at Huang Jinlin. Standing on a huge tree branch, Huang Jinlin's body trembled. His golden robe flashed with a strong light and at the same time wrapped around his body. Bang! Xin Jini's sword stabbed Huang Jinlin's robe. The collision produced golden sparks and a loud explosion. Chapter 4308. Xin Jini knew that Xinxiang had many tricks up his sleeves, but he did not think that Xinxiang could kill the 6 Paths Holy Gates Saint Realm experts. If it was an ordinary Saint Realm expert, Xin Jini felt that Xinxiang would be able to kill him. "Are you going to use poison?" Xin Jini asked. "When I was fighting with them earlier, I used poison, but it was useless. You didn't even break through their defenses. So of course it's useless." Xinxiang sent a sound transmission. "Can you stop them? Let me break through their defenses." Xinxiang, who was riding on the 6 realms mirrors, did not find a good opportunity. He could only use the 6 realms mirrors to collide with Huang Jinlin. There was a loud boom. Huang Jinlin was sent flying by the 6 realms mirrors. During the collision, a layer of golden light appeared on Huang Jinlin's robe, causing Xinxiang to be unable to break through it. In the past, when Xinxiang faced people wearing divine-level equipment, he would use the 6 realms mirrors to crash into them and easily break through their defenses. However, this time he did not succeed, and he could not even leave a mark on his opponent's golden scale robe. When Xin Jini attacked Huang Jinlin earlier, the golden scale robe did not have that layer of golden light, so he was able to create golden sparks. This time, because Xinxiang's collision was too strong, the golden scale robe's barrier appeared. "I don't believe it." Xinxiang believed that the other party's golden scale robe was absorbing energy, which was why it had such a strong protective barrier. If he could exhaust his opponent's energy, then he would be able to easily defeat his opponent. However, Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to collide with him a few times, but only hit him 3 times. Although Huang Jinlin was possessed by the demon shadow's divine soul, he could still dodge left and right. "Young Master Xin, this old fellow is a bit strange. He seems to be gradually getting used to my possession. I can't interfere with him any further." The demon shadow's divine soul flew out of Huang Jinlin's body and floated to Xinxiang's side. "Then don't go over for now. This guy is indeed strange." Xinxiang did not know why Huang Jinlin was so powerful to be able to block the interference of the demon shadow's divine soul. He didn't allow the demon shadow's divine soul to go over, lest Huang Jinlin use other means to harm the demon shadow's divine soul. Huang Jinlin was also very shocked because the appearance of Xin Jini and the possession of the vermilion bird's tender thread had already surprised him. But now there was also a person riding a flying magic weapon to attack him. One had to know that even Huang Jinlin and the others from the 6 Dao sacred gates did not have a good flying treasure. Their flying treasures could fly, but their speed was very slow and their energy consumption was very high. Therefore, when the 6 Paths sacred gates headed to the Canglan Sea, they had to rely on huge ships. Not only was this method slow, but they also had to be on guard against the giant beasts in the sea. If their ships were not strong enough, they could be torn apart by the giant beasts at any moment. "Who are you?" Huang Jinlin shouted. "I see that all of you are quite capable. Why don't you join my 6 Paths Holy Gate and become my disciples? With me, Huang Jinlin's protection, I guarantee that none of you will be bullied in my 6 Paths Holy Gate." Shen Zhenyi was fighting with the other two middle-aged Saint Venerables. She angrily scolded, "Old scoundrel, you just said that you want to eat me. Now you want us to become your subordinates. Do you think we will believe you? You just want our things. Do you really think we are so easy to fool?" Shen Xiang sneered. "There are only two of you, and this brat is not even a Saint Venerable. The three of us here are all Saint Venerables, and our equipment is far superior to yours. What can you use to win against us?" Huang Jinlin laughed loudly and said, "Our 6 Paths Holy Gate's main force will soon arrive here. If you don't join me, only death awaits you." Bang! Shen Xiang now knew that the 6 Paths Holy Gate was indeed quite strong. Unlike those guys who came to Great Kuin's sect to cause trouble earlier, Shen Xiang could not do anything to Huang Jinlin for the time being. If he was facing an ordinary Saint Venerable, Shen Xiang could use the Devil Shadow Divine Soul to interfere. Then the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths would charge over and break the opponent's armor or divine equipment. Finally, he would use poison to kill the opponent. Shen Xiang's moves were all blocked by Huang Jinlin. If it were other ordinary Saint Venerables, even if there were 3 to 5 of them, Shen Xiang could easily send them away and quickly turn them into ashes. "Little scoundrel, let's go." Shen Zhenyi transmitted her voice to Shen Xiang. "Let's inform the Scarlet Dragon Tribe. It's up to them whether they want to retreat or not. If the 6 Paths Holy Gates people come, we can only run in the end. We won't be able to reach them. I have already contacted the Scarlet Dragon Tribe's patriarch. He believes that their underground palace is very sturdy and will not be breached, so they do not plan to retreat." Shen Xiang replied, "It seems like it's impossible for me to set up a trap here. We can only kill this Huang Jinlin first." "You still want to kill him? How are we going to kill him?" Shen Zhenyi urged. "Little scoundrel, let's run. This is how powerful the 6 Paths Holy Gate is. This Huang Jinlin is enough to make us suffer. I still have one move that I haven't used yet." Shen Xiang transmitted his voice to Shen Zhenyi. "That's right, bed-warming maid. Can you stop these guys? Can you give me a chance?" "Sorry, I can't do it. These guys are too strong." Shen Zhenyi snorted. "Little scoundrel, even if I give you a chance, can you really kill them? Let's run. Otherwise, I can only warm your grave." Chapter 4309. Shen Zhenyi, who was fighting with the 2 holy saints not far away, was also very shocked just now because Shen Xiang was able to make Huang Jinlin cry out in pain. In Shen Zhenyi's eyes, unless it was someone whose cultivation could crush Huang Jinlin, it would be impossible for Huang Jinlin to let out such a cry. Shen Xiang rode on the 6 realms mirrors and avoided Huang Jinlin's attacks. At the same time, he used his mind's eye to stare at Huang Jinlin, and then began to devour Huang Jinlin's various emotions. Using the mind's eye to devour emotions consumed a lot of energy. Shen Xiang had used it a few times on Shen Zhenyi and Tianmu Palace Mistress before, so his soul quickly withered. Therefore, after that, he crazily refined the Holy Soul Pill, allowing his soul to maintain a vigorous state, allowing him to continue using the mind's eye to devour emotions. This time, the consumption of emotions was even greater. So it turns out that the consumption of energy during high-speed movements is even greater. Previously, when Shen Xiang was devouring Shen Zhenyi and Tianmu Palace Mistress's emotions, they did not move much in the hall. Now that he was facing this Huang Jinlin, who was jumping up and down between the giant trees, it was extremely difficult to lock onto him. Another thing was, even if Huang Jinlin's emotions were devoured, they would quickly have other emotions. And what Shen Xiang wanted to do was, as long as Huang Jinlin had any emotions, he would immediately deprive and devour those emotions. Shen Xiang's move gradually had an effect. Huang Jinlin was still very excited just now, and would laugh wildly from time to time. But at this moment he seemed extremely gloomy and quiet, no longer speaking. He himself also felt that it was very strange. Why couldn't he arouse any interest? Just now he wanted to kill Xinxiang, so he was very excited. Thinking about taking down Xinjini, he was also inexplicably excited. After not being able to feel these emotions, he suddenly felt that killing Xinxiang or taking down Xinjini was meaningless. Even obtaining the Suzaku string would not excite him. Then why did he stay? So after the same emotion is devoured, it will not be reborn in a short period of time. After Xinxiang continued to devour emotions, he also made a great discovery. Old ape, do you have a way to make your subordinates feel inferior? Xinxiang suddenly asked the old ape of the 6 realms mirrors. The ape devil dragon had always been in the 6 realms mirrors, providing Xinxiang with all kinds of poisonous blood. Of course there is a way. If I take off my pants, they will feel inferior and die. Ha ha ha. Ape demonic dragon did not know what was happening outside, so he laughed very happily. As long as we can make them feel inferior. Xinxiang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the elder ape to be so showy. The old ape immediately did as he was told. As expected, the hundreds of demonic ape dragons under him felt inferior. Xinxiang hurriedly devoured their feelings of inferiority, which also caused his soul to wither rapidly. He could devour all kinds of emotions and feelings of others, but he himself would not be affected in any way. Otherwise, using this ability would be equivalent to self-abuse. Xinxiang ate a handful of Saint Soul pellets to recover his soul. Then he used the Eye of the Clear Heart to instill the feeling of inferiority into Huang Jinlin. Huang Jinlin, who was still crazily attacking Xinxiang a moment ago, did not attack again. He suddenly felt very inferior. At this moment, other than feeling inferior in his heart, all other feelings and emotions were completely devoured by Xinxiang. Old man, are you feeling inferior right now? You look at me, young and handsome. You look at yourself again, old and weak. Xinxiang laughed and said, Even if you beat me, so what? Even if you beat me, you still can't prove yourself. Ooh, shut up. Huang Jinlin was suddenly very angry, but his anger was immediately swallowed by Xinxiang. Then, Xinxiang asked the old ape to inflict pain on his subordinates. He quickly swallowed a wave of pain. He hurriedly instilled this feeling of pain into Huang Jinlin's head. The sudden pain and incomparable inferiority made Huang Jinlin's mood extremely low. His entire person suddenly became very dispirited. Seeing Huang Jinlin's appearance, Xinjini is incomparably shocked. Earlier, she also looked at Xinxiang from time to time, paying attention to Xinxiang. After all, she promised Tianmu Palace Master that she would take good care of Xinxiang. If Xinxiang was really in danger, she would risk her life to protect Xinxiang. However, at this moment, Huang Jinlin is actually like a dead dog. Chapter 43:10. Seeing Xinxiang using the green dragon demon slayer with such power, the 2 Saint Venerables from the 6 Paths Sacred Gate were scared out of their wits. Huang Jinlin was their senior and was much stronger than them, but he was still killed by Xinxiang. Facing Xinxiang, only death awaited them. They immediately decided to escape. Don't even think about leaving. The vermilion bird, tender thread in Xinjini's hand suddenly swelled and split into strands of fiery red threads, turning into a flame ribbon. This ribbon became very long and flew over to wrap around the 2 Saint Venerables, preventing them from escaping. Xinxiang did not immediately attack the 2 Saint Venerables. Instead, he rushed towards the 3 Saint Kings who had quietly slipped away. Previously, there were 3 Saint Kings who came with Huang Jinlin and the others, but because they were too weak, they were directly ignored. Because they thought that Huang Jinlin was very strong, they felt that nothing would happen if they stayed to watch the battle. They could also learn something by watching the battle. However, after Xinxiang used the green dragon demon slayer to kill Huang Jinlin, the situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. The 3 Saint Kings also knew that the other 2 Saint Venerables could not defeat Xinxiang and Xinjini, so they quietly escaped. Shen Xiang had been paying attention to them for a long time. When he saw them escaping, he immediately flew over on the 6 Paths divine mirror. When he got close to them, he quickly threw the green dragon demon slayer in his hand. When the green dragon demon slayer flew over, it emitted a green glow. The green glow formed a green dragon phantom that wrapped around the blade. It let out a deep dragon roar and instantly pierced through the body of a Saint King. The most terrifying thing was that after the Saint King was pierced through by the green dragon demon slayer, a burst of green light erupted from his body and he instantly evaporated. Under Shen Xiang's control, the green dragon demon slayer continued to chase after the other Saint King and quickly killed him. Their souls wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape from Shen Xiang's hands. These people from the 6 Paths Saint Gate all had decent yuan qi, much higher than normal Saint Kings, so how could Shen Xiang let them go? Shan Jinyi was secretly shocked and curious at the same time. She was already very curious about Shen Xiang's identity. In her eyes, Shen Xiang was simply a strange person. Such a person should have a name, but she had never heard of him. Shen Xiang had helped her obtain the vermilion bird's tenderness thread back on Scarlet Dragon Island. She had been wondering why the vermilion bird's tenderness thread would be so intimate with a man. Now she seemed to understand. That was because Shen Xiang was very familiar with the 4 symbols' divine weapons. She suddenly remembered what Shen Xiang had said before. The 4 symbols' divine weapons were forged by a group of women. "Hurry up and kill these 2 guys!" Shen Jinyi shouted at Shen Xiang. She couldn't wait to see Shen Xiang's green dragon demon slayer. Although she had the vermilion bird's tenderness thread, she had never seen the other 4 symbols' divine weapons, especially the green dragon demon slayer, which was known as the leader of the 4 symbols' divine weapons. The vermilion bird's tenderness thread in Shen Jinyi's hand was still in its infancy stage. In addition, the vermilion bird's tenderness thread was not a defense-breaking weapon, so it was very difficult for her to break through strong defenses. The green dragon demon slayer, on the other hand, was mainly used for fighting. Coming. Shen Xiang chuckled. The 2 Saint Venerables who were entangled by the vermilion bird's tenderness thread had collapsed to the extreme. They were attacked by 2 of the 4 symbols' divine weapons at the same time. After Shen Xiang rushed over, it only took a few slashes to kill the 2 middle-aged men in an instant, as simple as chopping vegetables. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Shen Xiang curled his lips and said, "If you had used this move to entangle that Huang Jinlin, I would have already killed him. Why didn't you say earlier that you had the green dragon demon slayer?" Shen Jinyi snorted and put away her vermilion bird's tenderness thread. She suddenly felt inferior. After all, the vermilion bird's tenderness thread could not compare to the green dragon demon slayer, not to mention that she only had the small vermilion bird's tenderness thread in her hands. "Who told you not to believe me? You've been with me for so long. You should have known that I, Shen Xiang, never brag." Shen Xiang carried the mighty and domineering green dragon demon slayer on his shoulder, stood on top of the 6 realms mirrors, and said to Shen Jinyi with a smile, "But then again, for you to be able to entangle those 2 guys, you can be considered to have some ability. You are also qualified to be a bed-warming maid. Warm your head." Shen Jinyi stared the blade on Shen Xiang's shoulder and could feel a very strong killing intent. Shen Xiang also had the green dragon demon slayer retract it. Chapter 43:11. Shen Xiang was a little confused. What is the Dragon Lord? When did he become the Dragon Lord? Dragon Lord. Shen Jinyi was suddenly shocked and turned to look at Shen Xiang. From her reaction, she should know what the Dragon Lord was. "What the hell?" Shen Xiang quickly spread out his hands and said, "I'm not a Dragon Lord. I've never heard of a Dragon Lord." "Oh right, what is a Dragon Lord?" "Although Shen Xiang has the green dragon demon slayer, he is a serious person. Great Senior Dragon Lord, please accept our highest respect." After the red dragon patriarch finished speaking, he knelt down and kowtowed to Shen Xiang. It could be seen that he was very excited, but he was also extremely respectful toward Xinxiang. Even Xin Jinyi seemed to have changed into a different person. She was full of doubts about Xinxiang being the Dragon Lord, but she also somewhat believed it. Jinyi, what exactly is the Dragon Lord? Why is it that I'm the only one who doesn't know? But you guys are treating me as the Dragon Lord. When Xinxiang saw Xin Jinyi standing there in shock, he quickly poked her face. Xin Jinyi's body trembled. She still found it hard to accept the fact that Xinxiang was the Dragon Lord, but she gradually confirmed that Xinxiang was the Dragon Lord. After all, the Red Dragon Patriarch had recognized him. Although the Crimson Dragon tribe was now forced to hide in the underground palace, their strength was not weak. Overall, they were comparable to the strength of the entire bewitching Soul Nation. Moreover, they might even have the inheritance of the slaughtering Crimson Dragon, so their strength was unfathomable. Since the Red Dragon clan recognized Xinxiang as the Dragon Lord, then it couldn't be wrong. I don't know what to say. Xin Jinyi shook her head. That's impossible. You don't even know the existence of the Dragon Lord. How could you be the Dragon Lord? But the Red Dragon clan definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Don't worry about whether I am or not. Tell me about it first. Xinxiang quickly jumped down from the Six Realms Divine Mirror and said to the Red Dragon Patriarch, Get up, get up! Oh, right, the guys from the Six Paths Sacred Gate are coming. You guys should quickly retreat. If you hide in the underground palace, you will definitely be surrounded and annihilated by them. Dragon Lord, you can protect us. After the Crimson Dragon Patriarch got up, he said with tears in his eyes, After waiting for so many years, we finally waited for you to come. As expected of the Dragon Lord, no wonder you could destroy the Heavenly Nightmare Altar. At this moment, Xin Jinyi had also arrived behind Xinxiang. She looked at the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and asked, Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, why are you so certain that he is God Lord Scarlet Dragon? He doesn't even know what the Dragon Lord is. Monster Soul Queen, it's true that your totem is the slaughtering Scarlet Dragon, but your understanding of it is limited. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch said, Dragon Lord indeed does not know what Dragon Lord is, because Dragon Lord was sealed before world-defying universe appeared. The matter between our Crimson Dragon clan and the Demon Soul Woman country happened after the birth of the world-defying universe. Xin Jinyi did not seem to know about these things, so she was very surprised. She then looked at Xinxiang and remembered that he had previously mentioned that he had created the world-defying stage universe, and said that he was the world-defying stage ancestor god. That was why Xinxiang had always given her the feeling that he was bragging. She still did not think that Xinxiang was the world-defying stage ancestor god, but it was possible that he was the god Lord Scarlet Dragon, because Xinxiang had the green dragon demon slayer, and it was also related to the demon soul Dao method. She thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. In her eyes, the god Lord Scarlet Dragon and the world-defying stage ancestor god were both people of the same level. They were both incomparably powerful existences in the legends, but later on they were suppressed and sealed by the life spirit Six Clans. Xinxiang had said that he was cursed, and that he was also someone who had been reborn after death. Xin Jinyi connected all these messy clues together, and at this moment he no longer had any doubts. What the hell is the god Lord Scarlet Dragon? Xinxiang said with a dumbfounded expression. Is it very powerful? Dragon Lord, the god Lord Scarlet Dragon is the master of the slaughtering Scarlet Dragon, the person who created the slaughtering Scarlet Dragon. We respectfully address you as Great Senior Dragon Lord. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said. Xin Jinyi glanced at Xinxiang. She really did not expect that this young man actually had such a deep relationship with her demon soul nation. In terms of status, she also had to kneel down and kowtow to Xinxiang. She had previously called him a little scoundrel, but she suddenly became worried. After all, Xinxiang was their demon soul nation's totem divine beast master. Wait, What did the slaughtering scarlet dragon do? Why is there your scarlet dragon race, and why is the demon soul nation so respectful to the slaughtering scarlet dragon? Xinxiang rubbed his chin and asked in puzzlement, "This guy, what exactly has he become?" The Scarlet Dragon Great Emperor created our Scarlet Dragon race, but we failed to live up to expectations and were sealed by the Life Spirit 6 clans, which is why we have been holed up here. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch lowered his head and said in shame, "We had been wondering why the seal on the Scarlet Dragon Island was removed. So it was because the Dragon Lord had descended here." Ah! Xinxiang was shocked again and muttered, "The slaughtering Scarlet Dragon became the Scarlet Dragon Great Emperor." Of course, legend has it that during the 10,000-year meeting of the Life Spirit 6 clans, the slaughtering Scarlet Dragon went on a killing spree alone. Xinjini said, "At that time the 6 clans of the Life Spirit 6 clans suffered countless casualties, and even the powerful gods of the 6 clans of the Life Spirit 6 clans were killed." Such a thing happened. Xinxiang was shocked. The slaughtering Scarlet Dragon did not die, but he could still go on a killing spree. This is true. It was also because of this that the Scarlet Dragon Great Emperor was sealed. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said, "Back then, the 6 clans of the Life Spirit 6 clans paid a great price to seal the Scarlet Dragon Great Emperor and place an eternal curse. In short, the Great Emperor was very miserable, but he did not die." "Patriarch, how can you be sure that he is the Dragon Lord?" Xinjini was still a little doubtful. Chapter 43:12. "Why can't we take it away? Bring me there, I'll take that egg away." "Then the best thing to do is to run away. Don't try to perish together with them. Those bastards from the 6 Paths Sacred Gate are not worth your lives." Xinxiang said, "Take the dragon egg and then we'll deal with them on the island. I'll kill their leaders one by one." Xinxiang planned to do so. As long as the Crimson Dragon race listened to him, everything would be easy. Xinjini, who was at the side, felt very awkward at this moment because she was very disrespectful to Xinxiang before. What little scoundrel, little scoundrel. And now that she was very respectful to Xinxiang, it would be even more awkward. Therefore, she could only stand at the side and watch Xinxiang talk to the Crimson Dragon race. "Dragon Master, you don't have to worry about us. It's rare for you to be reborn. You must not take the risk for us. You should leave first." The Crimson Dragon Patriarch looked as if he was going all out as he said in a heavy voice, "We have been sealed for so long that we have completely lost touch. We were originally a bunch of trash. If we die, so be it. As long as we can protect the Dragon Master, we are not afraid of death." Xinxiang was puzzled. Why couldn't they take the dragon egg away? If they took the dragon egg away, the Crimson Dragon race could retreat at any time. They had red dragon scales and looked quite strong. Although they had a pair of ugly bat wings, they could still fly. Since the 6 Paths Sacred Gate could not fly, they could not do anything to the Crimson Dragon race. "Big Brother Patriarch, don't be long-winded. Hurry up and take me to the dragon egg." Xinxiang urged. "All right." The Crimson Dragon Patriarch sighed and said, "Dragon Master, as long as you see it, you will know why you can't take it away." Then he walked towards a tree. On the huge tree trunk, there was a hidden tree hole. Xinxiang pulled Xinjini, who was in a daze, and followed. "Jini, why have you become so stupid?" Xinxiang chuckled. I was very disrespectful to the Dragon Master before." Xinjini stammered. "What disrespect? Haven't we been getting along well recently? Besides, I'm still waiting to study soul bestowment with you." Xinxiang giggled and said, "Don't call me Dragon Lord, I'm not used to it. Young Master Xin." Xinjini said in a low voice, "Jini, I know you're biased against me, but I can tell you with all my heart that I have never thought of sleeping with you." Xinxiang laughed in a low voice. "You, on the other hand, have tried to seduce me time and time again. If not for my firm heart, I would have slept with you long ago. You." Jinny wanted to say something, but she didn't dare. Although you always call me a little scoundrel, you're actually pretty bad yourself. Xiang laughed and said, You even took the initiative to touch my thigh. Aren't you seducing a pure and kind young man like me? Humph, little scoundrel. Jinny finally couldn't hold it in and snorted. After the Crimson Dragon Patriarch who was walking in front heard this, he coughed dryly and said, Demon Soul Empress, please conduct yourself with dignity. Our Dragon Lord is pure as ice and jade. Don't tarnish his pure heart. Jinny was dumbfounded. She did not believe that Xiang was pure as ice and jade. However, she suddenly understood why Xiang knew Shuiying and Feng Ruxue, and why their relationship was so good. Xiang was the Crimson Dragon Divine Lord, so it was normal for him to know the two phoenixes. Little scoundrel, don't think that just because you're the Dragon Lord, you can bully me. Jinny secretly pinched Xiang's hand and said in a low voice, As long as you are a bad person, I will not be courteous to you, regardless of whether you are the Dragon Lord or not. I know, my noble Empress. How could this young master bully you? My strength is not even comparable to yours. The one being bullied is only me. Xiang curled his lips and said, Now that you know that I am the Dragon Lord, will you have any other bad thoughts about me? It seems that when I sleep at night, I have to be vigilant. Jinny fiercely rolled her eyes at Xiang, because seeing Xiang's mischievous smile, she could not respect Xiang as the Dragon Lord. However, her attitude toward Xiang had indeed changed greatly. After the Crimson Dragon Patriarch and the others entered a tree hole, they opened a teleportation array and teleported to the underground palace. Crimson Dragon Patriarch, Six-Path Sacred Gate is about to attack. Why are you not afraid at all? Jinny asked. After seeing the Dragon Lord, I have no regrets in this life. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch said with excitement. The Dragon Lord is as wise and mighty as I imagined. As expected of the Crimson Dragon Divine Lord, the moment he arrived, he brought changes to our Crimson Dragon Island. Didn't you chase him away before? Jinny curled her lips and said, I didn't want to trouble him. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch said with displeasure, Monster Soul Empress, you must have known about the Dragon Lord's identity a long time ago. Otherwise, why would you be so close to him? Moreover, it was the Dragon Lord who helped you take the vermilion bird, Tenderthread. Your relationship with the Dragon Lord is too close. What are you thinking? How could I have known that he was the Dragon Lord? If I had known, Jinny did not continue. If she had known that Xiang was the Crimson Dragon Divine Lord, she would have captured him long ago. Quickly take me to see the Crimson Dragon Egg. Xiang could not wait to take the egg and leave with the Crimson Dragon tribe. Chapter 43:13. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch is very clear about how big the Scarlet Dragon Egg is. Even if there is a large enough storage magic treasure, without a strong enough divine sense to cover the entire egg, it would be difficult to store it into the storage magic treasure. Patriarch, I have a very large storage magic treasure that can store the Scarlet Dragon Egg. Xiang said, It's useless. We've already tried big storage magic treasure. We can't put it in at all. This egg just won't go in. There's no other way. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said, Divine Lord, just go down and take a look. Then, quickly leave this place. If the Six Paths Sacred Gate knows that you are here, they will definitely capture you. Xiang is not afraid of the Six Paths Sacred Gate. He had already killed Huang Jinlin before, so even if the experts of the other Six Paths Sacred Gate came, he would not be afraid. We will come back to help you. Jinny said. She did not want to leave the Scarlet Dragon race behind. After all, the Scarlet Dragon race can be considered her ally, and they all want to fight against the Six Paths Sacred Gate. Furthermore, the Scarlet Dragon race is very powerful. After obtaining the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon, they have a lot of room for improvement. It's only because they have been sealed here for many years that they don't look that strong. If they are given time to grow, it won't be long before they return to their peak. Let's go down and take a look first. Xinxiang said, Patriarch, wait for us to come back. Don't worry, the people from the Six Paths Sacred Gate won't be able to cause any trouble in the Scarlet Dragon Island. Guan Ying followed the group of people from the Six Paths Sacred Gate. If a large group of people arrived in the sky above this area, Xinxiang would immediately know. After Xinxiang controlled the Six Paths mirrors to slowly descend, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch also left. He had to quickly arrange for people to fight against the Six Paths Sacred Gate. Little scoundrel, are you really confident in stopping the Six Paths Sacred Gate? Shen Jini said, I wonder how many people like Huang Jinlin are on the Six Paths Sacred Gate side. No matter how many there are, as long as we can take the dragon egg, it will be much easier. Xinxiang said, I probably won't be able to stop the guys from Six Paths Sacred Gate. After all, the difference in strength between us is too great. When you were talking to the Scarlet Dragon clan leader just now, you seemed to give people the feeling that you could defeat them. At this time, you're still bragging. Shen Jini curled her lips and said, I've decided to stay and advance and retreat with the Scarlet Dragon clan. Are you stupid? There's no need to fight them head-on if you want to defeat them. Wasn't staying here to fight against them the same as courting death? There's no need for that. Xinxiang said, we have to defeat them, but we don't have to fight them hard. All right, you are the divine Lord Crimson Dragon. I'll listen to you. Shen Jini believed that Xinxiang was still hiding a hand, but he had not revealed it yet. For example, Xinxiang's green dragon demon slayer would not have been exposed if it were not for the fact that gold-scaled monsters were difficult to deal with. Now that it was exposed, it wouldn't be long before the upper echelons of the Six Dao Holy Gate knew about it. It would indeed put him in a disadvantageous position. Shen Jini also didn't want to expose the vermilion bird silk. She was also very clear about the consequences. Xinxiang used the communication talisman to contact Guan Ying. Ying, what's the situation with those guys? Xinxiang asked. They are now rushing to your side. Previously, a guy called Huang Jinlin was killed, and a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and a vermilion bird, tender thread appeared. They think that this matter is very important, so they discussed it while rushing. Guan Ying said. She already knew that the one who used the green dragon demon slayer was Xinxiang, and the one who used the vermilion bird silk was Shen Jini. She wasn't too surprised about this. After all, that Huang Jinlin was quite strong. Ying, did they inform the upper echelons of the Six Dao Holy Gate about this? Is it possible for the 6 clans in the divine realm to know about this? Xinxiang asked. It should be very difficult to spread the news to the 6 clans. However, the upper echelons of the 6 Dao Holy Gate should know about it. If they can't obtain these 2 divine weapons on the Scarlet Dragon Island, then the other experts of the 6 Dao Holy Gate will probably rush to the Scarlet Dragon Island. Guan Ying said, What do you think of their strength? If they fight, can you deal with them? Xinxiang asked, Ying, will your previous injuries affect your performance? They have a total of 8 Saint Realm experts. It won't be too difficult for me to deal with them. Guan Ying said, but this is only my current estimate. If they have other methods, it's hard to say. That's fine. If they make any other movements, tell me at any time. Xinxiang is now even more relieved. Guan Ying's strength has recovered quite well. If they really fight, Guan Ying will cause trouble within the 6 Dao Holy Gate, and they will have a much easier time. When the divine mirrors of 6 paths descended to a deeper location, little sister Xiao Jing suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Big brother, something's wrong. Little sister Xiao Jing said doubtfully, I can sense a very strange aura. Little sister Xiao Jing, I'm right above a scarlet dragon egg. This egg is very big. Xinxiang immediately told little sister Xiao Jing about the egg. If it's really an egg, it shouldn't have this kind of aura. Little sister Xiaojing said, Big brother, you have to be careful. Maybe it's not an egg. What kind of aura is it? Shanxiang knew that little sister Xiaojing was very special. She could clearly sense all kinds of auras. I can't say for sure. I only know that there's a very unusual aura below. How should I put it? It makes me feel threatened. This is a dangerous aura. Little sister Xiaojing said. Chapter 40, 3:14. She didn't say anything. She only said that this was left behind by the Scarlet Dragon Great Emperor. So it must be very important. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said, Divine Master, is there a problem with this egg? I haven't found any problems for the time being, but you'd better leave the underground palace immediately. Xinxiang said, I feel that if I touch this egg, I might destroy the underground palace. All right, we'll leave immediately. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was alarmed and said, Divine Master, when you're about to start, let me know. All right. Shanxiang kept the communication talisman, his expression gradually turning serious. What's wrong? When Shen Jinyi saw Xinxiang's expression, she suddenly became worried and asked, Did Sister Yingying send bad news? No, there might be a problem with the dragon egg below, Xinxiang said, because the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and Xue Ying don't know what the egg is used for. Did the slaughtering Scarlet Dragon explain anything about the Scarlet Dragon egg? Shan Jinyi asked. Since it's a dragon egg, there shouldn't be a problem, right? He only said that it's very important. Xinxiang shook his head. Right now, I only suspect that there's a problem. I can't be sure yet. I've already informed the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch to evacuate the Scarlet Dragons in the underground palace. What kind of problem could it be? Shin Jinyi was somewhat flustered because if there was a problem with such a large egg, it would be very dangerous. No matter what, I have to go take a look to know. Shanxiang took out the green dragon demon slayer and said, There's a dragon soul in the saber. I wonder if it'll be of any help to me. Under his control, the dragon soul within the green dragon demon slayer began to gradually expand, turning into a mixture of green and red. Scarlet Dragon, if your remnant soul knows anything, please tell me. Shanxiang closed his eyes and said to Shen Jinyi, Jinyi, I'm going to enter the dragon soul and see if I can communicate with the Scarlet Dragon's remnant soul or find clues from the consciousness of the Scarlet Dragon's remnant soul. And I'll be very quiet. I won't disturb you. Shin Jinyi nodded. After seeing the green dragon demon slayer's current state, she only had respect for Xinxiang. Shanxiang immediately began. Within the green dragon demon slayer, there was a part of the slaughter crimson dragon soul. Although its consciousness was currently scattered and chaotic, there was still a subconscious in the depths of the soul. The subconscious struggled as if it had fallen into an abyss. As long as he could find the subconscious, he would be able to communicate with the soul. This kind of subconscious that had fallen into the abyss of the soul was very difficult to find. It was very taxing on one's mind, especially when the remnant soul of the slaughtering crimson dragon was very strong. It was very resistant to external forces entering its depths. However, Xinxiang's soul was very powerful. Although this kind of consumption was very large for him, he could still continue. More than 2 hours later, his consciousness finally resonated with another consciousness. At this moment, Shenxiang's consciousness had also entered the abyss of the slaughtering crimson dragon soul. This abyss was extremely vast and ethereal, and there were many chaotic soul energy fluctuations. If Shenxiang's consciousness was trapped here, it would be very dangerous for him, but he was not afraid. Crimson Dragon, is that you? Shenxiang's consciousness transmitted a message. 0-inch Master, you finally come out of the seal. I missed you so much. I've worked hard for so many years, but I still couldn't save you. I'm really useless. The voice that came out was a woman's voice, and it was filled with sobs and excitement. What happened after you ate that pill? Xinxiang asked. I I can't remember. That part of the memory is not in this wisp of soul." The slaughtering crimson dragon replied, "Master, how are you doing now? Who saved you?" "I'm doing all right now, but your encounter makes my heart ache." Xinxiang sighed. "I broke through the seal myself and then was reborn." "Ah, you can break through such a powerful seal?" The slaughtering crimson dragon finished speaking in surprise and then giggled. "Master, don't worry about me. As long as you can regain your freedom, I don't care what happens to me. Right now, time is of the essence. I can't maintain my consciousness for too long. I have something to ask you. Please rest assured, I will definitely save you." Shen Xiang hurriedly said, "In this part of your soul's memory, is there anything about a dragon egg? The Crimson Dragon race is guarding a dragon egg on the Crimson Dragon Island. Do you have an impression of it?" Yes. The slaughtering Crimson Dragon said, "What happened to this dragon egg? Did you create it? Or how did it come about?" Shen Xiang said, "The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said that you created it. I didn't create it. I stole this dragon egg." The slaughtering Crimson Dragon laughed tenderly. "Master, after I stole the dragon egg, I injected my blood into it and transformed the dragon egg into my own. If I successfully come out in the future, the body of this dragon egg will be mine." "Ah, then where did you steal this dragon egg?" Shen Xiang suddenly realized that this slaughtering Crimson Dragon was also a worrisome person. "I don't have this part of my memory." The slaughtering Crimson Dragon said, "I only remember that I stole it, and then I transformed the dragon egg." Chapter 40, 315. This was the first time Shen Xiang had come into contact with a slaughtering red dragon that had its own thoughts. The feeling it gave him was that the slaughtering red dragon was a little cute. "Big brother, my grand plan is actually ruined just like that. I'm so sad. The slaughtering red dragon cried sadly. "I self-destructed my dragon body, blew up a crack in the seal, and then scattered my soul to escape the enchantment. If the dragon egg plan had gone smoothly, my soul would have been able to reconstruct a powerful dragon body from the dragon egg. Now that the plan has failed, after my soul is reconstructed, I will be a lonely ghost without a body." Don't cry, you're very smart. What's more, we haven't confirmed that your dragon egg is a bad egg yet. Who knows? It might have become even stronger." Shen Xiang laughed. "Don't worry, even if your plan fails, there's still me, isn't there? Big brother will definitely help you reconstruct a powerful body. Big brother, you really need help after your rebirth, but I'm not by your side. I'm so sad." The slaughtering red dragon stopped crying. "You are now the dragon soul of the green dragon demon slayer. You have always been by my side and fighting with me." Shen Xiang laughed. "I can already feel your powerful strength. It has helped me a lot." "Big brother master, you're so nice. You really know how to comfort people. I know I'm useless. I can't help you at all. I only have a part of my remnant soul. It's already good enough that I'm not dragging you down." The slaughtering red dragon sighed softly. "Big brother, as long as half of my soul recovers, I can give you a strong power. Wait for me. I will help you complete your soul." Shen Xiang laughed. "You should rest well now." "Big brother, don't come looking for me like this in the future. It's very dangerous. It will affect your soul." The slaughtering red dragon said tenderly, "You will always be my master brother. I will definitely protect you." "Got it." Shen Xiang laughed. "Big brother will always protect you." "Goodbye, brother. Hurry up and help me take a look at that dragon egg. No matter what happens, just do it. Don't worry about my feelings. I don't mind if something happens to the dragon egg." Murderous Crimson Dragon now saw the light. After all, Shen Xiang had now been reborn, which was the best news for her. Shen Xiang slowly withdrew from the dragon soul's consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shen Zhini staring at him. "Little scoundrel, are you all right? You looked so scary just now." Shen Zhini even touched Shen Xiang's face. She sighed and said, "That's great. You're back to normal." What happened to me just now? Shen Xiang felt that he shouldn't have acted strangely just now. You were smoking just now, but you're much better now. What happened just now? Your whole body is very hot, especially your head, as if it is burning red. Shen Jinyi said, Maybe my soul was under too much pressure. Shen Xiang said in surprise, Fortunately, I withdrew quickly. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Did you succeed? Can you communicate with the murderous Crimson Dragon? Shen Jinyi's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Shen Xiang. This was because she admired the murderous Crimson Dragon very much, even though she had never seen it before. It's on. Shen Xiang scratched his head and laughed. It really is a girl. Humph. Shen Jinyi snorted lightly. Red Dragon Emperor is a girl. You seem to be very happy. Red Dragon Emperor is incomparably holy. Don't have any ideas about her. What kind of girl do you think the Crimson Dragon would be if it were to transform into a human? Shen Xiang asked. He also controlled the 6 realms mirrors to become bigger and release an even stronger protective barrier. That must be a mighty, domineering, valiant, and cold, beautiful big sister. Shen Jinyi's eyes rolled up, imagining the appearance of the Red Dragon Emperor, and laughed. I really hope that I can hurry up. When I see Sister Red Dragon Empress, I want to warm her bed, I want to bathe with her, I want to roll in the sheets with her. Same for me. Shen Xiang laughed. Go away. You are not allowed to tarnish the sacred god's big sister Empress in my heart. Shen Jinyi rolled her eyes at Shen Xiang. Actually, your big sister Empress might be a silly and cute girl. Shen Xiang giggled and said, During the conversation with her, she cried a few times. Impossible. Shen Jinyi immediately shouted, because Shen Xiang's description of the murderous Crimson Dragon's personality completely shattered her fantasy. You'll know when you see her. Shen Xiang spread out his hands and said, Don't forget, I am the divine Lord Crimson Dragon. My feelings towards her are the most accurate. No, Big Sister Empress is not like that. Shen Jinyi could not accept it. Actually, I feel that you are quite domineering and also a cold big sister. Moreover, you are very charming. When you are not cold, you are a charming demoness. Shen Xiang laughed mischievously. Let's not talk about this. What clues did Big Sister Empress give you? Shen Jinyi asked. Are we still going to continue descending? What's going on with that egg? Of course we have to continue descending. There is danger, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Shen Xiang said, Let's get close to that egg first and see what the situation is like. The 6 paths divine mirrors continued descending at a much faster speed. Because Shen Xiang wants to seize the time, it is best to wait for the people of 6 paths sacred gate to arrive. If the egg is really dangerous, he can drag the people of 6 paths sacred gate down with him. Chapter 40, 3:16. I have to move quickly. This place seems to be getting stranger and stranger. Shen Xiang used his eyes of clarity to observe the egg and muttered, This egg seems to be moving. From above, he could only see the top of the egg. Through his eyes of clarity, he discovered that the egg was trembling slightly. Can you see anything with your eyes of clarity? Shen Jinyi asked. Oh, right. What is the door you were talking about? This egg is blocking a door. That door is at the center of the earth. When the giant egg fell, it smashed into that door. Shen Xiang used his eyes of clarity for a while, then shook his head and said, I can't see anything with my eyes of clarity. I can only see that the egg is trembling, slightly. Could it be? Is it going to break out of the shell? Shen Jinyi shouted in shock. If the thing that breaks out of the shell is very fierce, then wouldn't we be finished? Also, what will come out of that door? Right now, Shen Jinyi only wanted to leave this giant egg as soon as possible. In her opinion, fighting with the people from the 6 realms, sacred gates, was much safer than staying here. That girl Red Dragon doesn't know what's going on with the door under the egg. Shen Xiang said, But there shouldn't be any problems with this egg. The problem is the door under the egg. Then why did you say that the egg was shaking just now? Was it caused by the movement inside the egg? Or did it come from the outside? Jinny asked. It should be from the outside. That door is moving. Maybe it wants to push this egg open. Xiang said. Tell me, should I take this egg away? Are you sure that the things inside this giant egg are completely safe? If it's not safe, it's very dangerous for you to take this egg away. Jinny warned. If there is a door, then the thing inside the door will sooner or later break through the giant egg and come out sooner or later. Even if something powerful is released now, it will only be released in advance. I'll continue to investigate. Xiang said. I have to use some methods. He controlled the 6 realms mirror's mirror to face the bottom, and the mirror condensed a very thin beam of light that shot onto the scarlet red surface of the egg. You want to pierce through this giant egg? Jinny said in surprise. Be careful, if you explode we will all be in danger. Wealth comes from danger. Xiang smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not going to pierce the egg. I'm just going to look at the composition of the eggshell and analyze the energy that made up this egg. If other energy was injected into the egg, then the eggshell would definitely be affected by that energy. Little scoundrel, what's going on with this giant egg? Didn't Sister Empress tell you clearly? Jinny asked. The Red Dragon Girl said that she stole the giant egg and placed it here to absorb the energy of the door. Then she modified the egg and used it to reconstruct her dragon body. When all of her souls are gathered in the future, she will use this dragon body to revive. Xiang said, This plan is very good, but there might be an accident now. Sister Empress, you're so smart. As expected of the Red Dragon Emperor. Jinny exclaimed. In this way, after her rebirth, she will have a powerful body and will not be restricted by her cultivation. Jinny's soul had also escaped from the seal and was reborn. Her body was too weak, which also caused her to be unable to perform in all aspects. Xiang used the ray that shot out from the 6 realms mirrors to gently scrape off some fragments from the surface of the eggshell. He used his consciousness to gather these fragments and then controlled them to fly into his hands. Just as he touched the fragments of the eggshell, Xiang's entire body trembled. Now, he finally felt the energy of the eggshell. It was actually so clear. What's wrong? Seeing Xiang's reaction, Jinny immediately looked around vigilantly, worried that something unexpected would happen. It's the same power as the Heavenly Nightmare altar. Xiang pinched the fragments, his entire person incomparably shocked. The power of the Heavenly Nightmare. It actually came out from the door below. Could this be the gate of Heavenly Nightmare? This egg had been here for so many years, and the eggshell on the surface already contained an extremely strong power of the Heavenly Nightmare, not to mention the inside of this giant egg. The power of the Heavenly Nightmare was not considered evil. If used properly, it could produce a very strong power. Furthermore, it could restrain the 6 clans of the life soul. The same power as the Heavenly Nightmare altar? Jinny was also very shocked and anxiously asked, Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Where did this energy come from? Is the entire interior of the giant egg filled with this kind of energy? I don't know. In short, I want to take this egg away. Xiang said, This time I might need to burn a lot of my heavenly jewels. The Scarlet Dragon Island has a large number of heavenly jewels, and the Scarlet Dragon Clan has also acknowledged you as the Divine Master. You have an endless supply of heavenly jewels, so don't worry about them anymore. At most, I'll find some time to help you dig some heavenly jewels. Jinny said. That's true. Xiang lightly stepped on the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors slowly rotated, and Xiang and Jinny, who were standing on top of the 6 realms mirrors, were also gently lifted up by the energy of the 6 realms mirrors. Chapter 40, 3:17. The 6 realms mirrors could collect the gigantic dragon egg, and there was also a powerful array formation inside that could seal the dragon egg. If anything happened to the gigantic dragon egg, the Six Realms mirrors would be able to seal it from the inside, preventing the consequences of the dragon egg exploding. Shan Jini and Xin Xiang were currently standing on top of the Six Realms mirrors. The mirror was slowly pressing down and was slowly storing the gigantic dragon egg into the storage space inside the mirror. What the hell is this thing? It's really too powerful. I think that this treasure of yours is stronger than the 4 symbols' divine weapons. Shinjini said. She really thought so. At the very least, the Suzaku silk did not have such a powerful ability. One had to know that not only could this mirror fly, it also had a strong defensive power and could attack at the same time. And now it seemed that it could still act. To be able to fit such a huge dragon egg. This little mirror is a baby that has fought alongside me for many years. Xinxiang laughed. Don't make a fuss. It seems like you haven't seen the world. I know you're amazing. In front of you, I am indeed a short-sighted person. Shan Jini snorted, then said worriedly, If we keep the dragon egg, will the door below open immediately? It should be. But don't worry, we can escape immediately. Xinxiang said, But no matter what, after that door is opened, the Azure Sea will definitely not be at peace. Could it be that those strange heavenly nightmare altar-s came from the door below? Shanjini said with a serious expression. To be able to build the heavenly nightmare altar, the power they hold must be very strong. When the time comes, will we be able to deal with them? I don't know, but that kind of heavenly nightmare power is indeed terrifying, Xinxiang said. Right now, we can only be on guard. How do we guard against it? Can they use that kind of power to control other people's minds? Shanjini shook her head. In short, it is very difficult for us to resist the heavenly nightmare altar's ability to take away beautiful memories. Perhaps their heavenly nightmare power is not used to take away other people's memories, Shenxiang said. To take away other people's beautiful memories, one needs to go through the heavenly nightmare altar. The heavenly nightmare altar isn't simple either. It should be very difficult to refine. The Six Realms mirrors had consumed a lot of heavenly jewels at the moment. Shan Xiang estimated that his own heavenly jewels would be consumed by more than half after this, or even completely consumed. However, if he could really get this huge egg, then he wouldn't lose out at all. Just the eggshell alone was enough for him to earn back his money. When will it be completed? Shan Jini also took out a long sword. Then she released the vermilion bird, tender thread, and wrapped it around the long sword, preparing to fight. She believed that if there really was a door under the giant egg, then after taking the egg away, something would definitely come out from the door. About half an hour. Xinxiang sighed. I also want to be faster. My heart aches every moment, because I've used up too many heavenly jewels. It's not too late to go up and dig. With the Crimson Dragon tribe helping you dig, you won't have to worry about running out of heavenly jewels. Jini curled her lips. That's hard to say. What if the island is destroyed after I take the giant egg? Or maybe it's taken over by the guy who came out from behind the door, Xinxiang said. Moreover, the main forces of the Six Realms Holy Gate are still up there. Who knows? Maybe the other Six Realms Holy Gates people will also rush to the Scarlet Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon Island has the Scarlet Dragon tribe, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, and the Vermilion Bird, Tender Thread, and Huang Jinlin was also killed. This is enough for the upper echelons of the Six Realms Holy Gate to pay attention to. Zero in your thinking of the worst-case scenario. What if what you're worried about doesn't happen? Jini said. If the worst-case scenario really happens, with your intelligence and ability, you'll definitely be able to deal with it. Are you trying to flatter me? Xinxiang laughed. Jini, your Demon Soul Empress is getting weaker and weaker. Who asked you to be the Scarlet Dragon God and have the Green Dragon Demon Slayer? I don't dare to be imposing in front of you. Shinjini rolled her eyes and said, "Moreover, my cultivation is too low right now. I can't display my strongest side." Shin Xiang took out a white fan and fanned himself. Because the surrounding temperature is rapidly rising, it means that they are close to the Earth's core. The wind produced by Baihu's mysterious fan is very cool. Even Shenjini, who was standing beside him, felt very comfortable. However, she didn't put the white fan in her eyes. She doesn't know that it is Baihu's divine weapon, because there are all kinds of theories about the shape of Baihu's divine weapon. None of them are accurate. In other words, Shenjini doesn't know what Baihu's divine weapon looks like, so she didn't connect the dots. Moreover, in her opinion, Shin Xiang is already heaven-defying enough to possess the strongest of the 4 symbols' divine weapons, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. If he had the other 4 symbols' divine weapons, how terrifying would it be? "Aren't you going to take out the Green Dragon Demon Slayer? We might have to fight later," Shanjini said in a serious tone. "My intuition tells me that there will definitely be a battle. What's the rush? Even if someone really comes out from that door, there's no need to fight them immediately." Shin Xiang is not worried at all. Chapter 40, 318. This door is too big. If it is opened, there will definitely be a big hole in the ground. Shinjini is also shocked. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the huge earth gate trembled and emitted loud sounds. It is extremely frightening, as if it will be blasted open at any time. Shen Xiang has already made the 6 realms mirrors fly up quickly. At the same time, he took out the communication talisman to contact the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. I still can't contact him. The spatial fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. They are interfering with the communication talisman. Shin Xiang frowned and said, "I wonder what the situation is like up there." The Scarlet Dragon race can all fly. Even if they can't defeat the people of the 6 realms' sacred gate, they can still rely on their flying ability to avoid heavy casualties. Shen Jini said, "I just don't know what will come after the door is opened. What kind of crisis will the Scarlet Dragon Island face? Should we still stay in the Scarlet Dragon Island?" "Of course. I need a large number of heavenly jewels now," Shin Xiang said. "In order to collect the Scarlet Dragon Egg, I don't have many heavenly jewels left. The 6 realms mirrors is his greatest reliance. If he does not have enough heavenly jewels, the 6 realms mirrors' power will not be able to be unleashed." "Let's go up first," Shin Jini said. "That door will be opened very soon. The Scarlet Dragon Island will indeed face a great crisis. Shen Xiang only wants to quickly dig out some heavenly jewels and leave this place. The Earth Gate is so huge. With just that dragon egg, it shouldn't be able to suppress the Earth Gate, right?" Shinjini said doubtfully. "Although the dragon egg is also very big, it is still too small compared to that door." "Because the dragon egg has a special ability to devour the energy that erupts from that door," Shin Xiang said. "That door can be considered a door that can break through space. If you want to truly open it, you need a very powerful energy. I wonder what kind of place it is over there. Could it be the hometown of the Heavenly Nightmare Altar?" Shen Jini thought back to the Heavenly Nightmare Altar and felt a chill down her spine. The Heavenly Nightmare Altar of their demon soul woman country is a nightmarish existence. It has been like this for many years. If the person who mastered the construction of the Heavenly Nightmare Altar appeared on the Scarlet Dragon Island on a large scale, just thinking about it. Shin Xiang held 2 message talismans in his hands, constantly contacting Guaning and the Red Dragon clan leader. Finally, when the divine mirror of 6 paths rose to a certain height, he contacted Guaning and the Crimson Dragon Patriarch. "Patriarch, I've taken the dragon egg. You all should fly away immediately. It's very dangerous down there. There is a huge earth door that is about to open. If it is on the ground, it will definitely be affected." Shen Xiang immediately told the Red Dragon Patriarch this important news. "Dragon Lord, you really took away the dragon egg?" The Crimson Dragon Patriarch asked in shock. Really, all of you, quickly leave and fly. Xinxiang was very anxious and said, You all recognize me as the Crimson Dragon Divine Lord, so listen to me. All right, I'll relay the order now. The Red Dragon leader naturally believed in Xinxiang. Although it was inconceivable that he could take away the giant dragon egg, he could only do as Xinxiang said. After that, Xinxiang contacted Guaning. Ying, what's the situation now? Xinxiang asked. Where are the guys from the 6 Paths Sacred Gates? They've already started fighting with the Crimson Dragon clan. I haven't been able to contact you for the past few days. I can't even pass the news to you, Guaning said. Young Master Xin, where have you been these past few days? What? How many days have passed? Xinxiang is very shocked. Yes, Guaning said. I'm watching the battle from afar. The Crimson Dragon clan. People stopped fighting. They're all flying. Ying, can you fly now? Where are you? I'll tell you. I'll go find you right away. Xinxiang said. Young Master Xin, I'm very safe. You don't have to worry about me, Guaning said. At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled. Not good. Xinxiang immediately contacted Guaning and said, Ying, run as far away as you can. There's a huge commotion deep underground. Even you won't be able to withstand it. You have to leave this place. All right. Guaning also sensed the earthquake, just now. She also believed in Xinxiang's words and immediately left the place as fast as she could. Strong earthquakes are becoming more and more frequent. The speed of the 6 realms mirrors is extremely fast. After absorbing the remaining heavenly jewels, it erupted with a very strong energy and broke through the layers of thick earth, arriving at the ground. When Xinxiang and Shenzhini arrived at the sky, they could see that the giant trees below are tilting left and right. The originally flat ground is now undulating up and down and even cracking open. Chapter 40, 319. Xinxiang's heart ached when he saw this because there are a large number of heavenly jewels underground. He hasn't had the time to dig up the heavenly jewels yet, but the Scarlet Dragon Island is already filled with danger. What's wrong? Shenzhini said in shock. Why is the ground sinking? Because after the door was opened, the soil and stones above all fell to the door. Xinxiang said, Those guys from the 6 Paths Sacred Gates are really unlucky. Haha. Shenzhini is overjoyed and laughed. They deserve it. If something really powerful comes running over, we'll have a headache too. Xinxiang sighed. I never thought that the Saint Xian star would be so special and cause so many things to happen. Back then, the 6 Paths Sacred Gates and the 6 races of life spirit often moved around the Saint Xian star. I never thought that the Saint Xian star would have so many secrets. Guaning looked at the collapsing ground below and felt a lingering fear in her heart. Xinxiang looked around and said, The ground within a radius of hundreds of miles is collapsing. That door is bigger than I imagined. So many heavenly jewels are gone just like that. Xin's heart ached as she sighed. Don't say any more. I feel worse than you. Xinxiang looked at the heavenly jewels stored in the 6 Paths mirrors. There aren't many left. At this moment, the 6 Paths mirrors suddenly fell down. What's going on? Shenzhini cried out in alarm. Big brother Xin, you can't be thinking of going down to investigate, right? No such thing. A strong force suddenly appeared below. That's why I was pulled down. Xinxiang immediately informed little sister Xiao Jing to stay vigilant and not be dragged down. After the giant door opened, the soil fell down. That's normal, but we're floating in the air. Why are we also falling down? Guaning said in shock. Could it be? That giant door has a very strong gravitational force. It should be. Xinxiang nodded lightly and said, Don't worry, I can stabilize myself. I won't be dragged down. The 6 Paths mirrors continued to rise to an even higher position. Clan leader, what's your current situation? Xinxiang sent a message to the Red Dragon clan leader. Let's stay far away from that place. That place is too terrifying. There is a power similar to the sky nightmare power. We don't dare to get close. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch said, Dragon Lord, where are you? I'm still above that place. Fortunately, you weren't there just now. Otherwise, if you were suspended in the air, you would also be pulled down. Xinxiang said, You guys can continue to stay away. Dragon Lord, you have to be careful. The Red Dragon Patriarch said, What exactly did you experience underground? I can't even contact you. We'll talk about it in the future. Right, do you have any heavenly jewels? Xinxiang asked. I need a large amount of heavenly jewels. Yes, we'll give it all to you. We don't want it anyway, the Red Dragon Patriarch said. That's great. Xinxiang was relieved. If he did not have a large amount of heavenly jewels, he would not have dared to run around recklessly. After the 6 realms mirrors rose to the sky, it turned into an incomparably huge black pit that was hundreds of miles wide. Furthermore, one could see that this huge circular pit was spinning and crazily devouring. The people from the 6 realms' sacred gates all fell into this pit, their life and death unknown. So scary. Guaning was still in shock. If not for Xinxiang coming to find her, she might have been pulled down as well. Behind that door to the bottom. What's at the bottom? Shen Zhini tightly gripped the sword in her hand, extremely nervous. Could it be that it really is the creator of the heavenly nightmare altar? Can we beat them? Xinxiang was also controlling the 6 realms mirrors to fly. He could not let the 6 realms mirrors float above the huge pit, because if something rushed up, they would be in danger. The 6 realms mirrors flew to the side of the huge pit and waited at a very high position. When it was late at night, this bottomless pit suddenly shot out a huge grayish-white beam of light into the air. There's movement, Shen Zhini anxiously shouted. There are a lot of things inside that light. Xinxiang frowned slightly as he stared at the things inside the huge beam of light. They looked like giant shells. Countless of these large shells shot into the sky through the beam of light and then scattered in all directions. Chapter 40, 320. Guan Ying also recalled what she had eavesdropped on the elders. The sacred domain was about to face a great crisis, but she did not know what kind of crisis it was. She wanted to pass on this news to Xinxiang, which was why she took the risk to come to the sacred domain. Young Master Shen, are there people inside those things? Can you see them now? Shen Zhini asked. I don't know if it's a person or something else inside. According to the shape and size, it should be about the same as a human. Xinxiang's minds, I was unable to see through those flying shuttles. Should we catch one and take a look? Shen Zhini said, Many flying shuttles have fallen into the ground, but I don't see anything coming out. Could it be that they are going to sleep for a while? Xinxiang shook his head. He did not know what the situation was, but he was sure that the sky pit was a passage opened by another space. A large number of people from that space were migrating to the sacred domain. The sky pit continued to shoot out white light beams. Some of the light beams were very large and even shot into the sky. A large number of flying shuttles covered the sky like locusts. It was extremely shocking. There are many heavenly nightmare altar. Shen Zhini paid attention to the sky and said, What kind of tribe is this? What do they want the heavenly nightmare altar for? How do they use the heavenly nightmare altar? Zhini, is there any difference between the heavenly nightmare altar in your demon soul woman country and these altars? Xinxiang asked. Shen Zhini was very concerned about the heavenly nightmare altar. It was because they had been tortured by it before, causing them to feel fear towards it even now. The heavenly nightmare altar flying in the sky is bigger than the one in our demon soul woman country. The style is the same, but the shape is different, Shen Zhini said. Could it be that an altar is a tribe? Extremely likely. This tribe is very large, so they must be scattered and formed by many tribes. Shanxiang said, I guess that they don't even know that they have arrived at the new universe. They are still sleeping in the shuttles. Could it be that the world they are in is facing all kinds of threats, so they entered the shuttles to sleep? Guan Ying also guessed and said they have already made preparations to migrate. Most of them are sleeping, and only a few of them are taking turns to guard. When the door opens, they will immediately come over. It's all my fault for taking away that dragon egg. Xin Xiang blamed himself. Even if you don't take it away, the door will be blasted open sooner or later. Shan Jini said, at that time that dragon egg will be theirs. Who knows how many things they will do through the dragon egg. Why don't we go down and catch one now? Shan Jini said, little scoundrel, with your ability you should be able to easily catch one, right? If they are really sleeping in the shuttle, maybe they are waiting to be awakened. Xin Xiang rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then he said, okay, let's fly down now and catch one for us to take a look. Shan Xiang immediately controlled the divine mirror of 6 paths to fly down. As they approached the ground, Xin Xiang discovered that the shuttles were neatly arranged on the ground. The shuttles that came out of the crater did not stack on top of each other. It was as if they were controlled. Or rather, those shuttles seemed to have intelligence and would choose their own places to land. There's a heavenly nightmare altar. Shanjini saw a black and gray heavenly nightmare altar and said in a low voice, it's best if we don't get close to it in case we get hurt. She was still quite afraid of the heavenly nightmare altar. If she was deprived of all her beautiful memories, she wouldn't know how to live on. They flew close to the ground. The shuttle was like a large snow-white shell. From the outside, it looked quite beautiful. Such a big shell is just enough for 2 people to sleep inside. Do you think there will be 2 people inside? Shin Jini said. Xin Xiang opened it. He tried to see through the big shell with his mind's eye, but he did not succeed. When these shuttles landed, they fell to the ground, producing a very strong impact. Even the giant trees of the Scarlet Dragon Island could not withstand it and were all broken. On the ground near the sky cavern, a large number of trees were falling left and right. They were all smashed into pieces. Shan Xiang took out the green dragon demon slayer and cut down the thick branches. Then he cut them into sections and smashed them down towards the shuttles on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. He continuously smashed several large tree trunks. When he landed on the shuttles, the commotion was not small. However, the shuttles were all very quiet. Look at the sky, there are golden shuttles. Guan Ying suddenly shouted, those shuttles seem to be bigger and more beautiful. They have a unique design and there are a lot of patterns on them. She took out her telescope and carefully looked at the latest batch of shuttles in the air. The light beam that shot out from the sky cavern had also turned golden. The shuttles that shot out were also different from before. Chapter 40, 3:21. You can speak human language? Shenjini said in shock. Also, what's your new home? Both of you are lowly people, right? Don't you know about this? The man looked at Shenxiang and Shinjini and said, your strength is not bad. It's impossible that you don't know the inside story. What lowly people? I am. Shinjini wanted to say that she was the demon's soul empress, but she immediately remembered that many people in the sacred region had never heard of her existence, much less people from other places. I don't know about your matters. I can't go back now, so I can only stay here. Guan Ying said, what kind of deal did you make with the life spirit 6 clans? 2 men got up from the flying shuttle. The tallest man kept the flying shuttle into his storage ring. I am from the Tian-E race. Many years ago, the 6 races of the life soul promised us a new home. In this home, there are only lowly people. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Shenjini and said, she looks a little special. She doesn't look like a lowly person. Nonsense. Shenjini snorted. In the sacred region, I can be considered one of the first echelons. How can I be a lowly person? Why did the life spirit 6 clans make a deal with you? Guan Ying asked. Because they are afraid of us. The man said, "Don't worry, we are not Tian Eorcs. We will not kill the innocent. The premise is that we respect each other. What's your name?" Shan Xiang saw that the man's attitude was not bad and was somewhat relieved. However, when he heard about Tian Eorcs, he knew that things were not that simple. "Yan Qing, is this your brother or your lover?" Shin Jini looked at the other man behind Yan Qing. "Lover? Why do you think he's my lover?" Yan Qing was somewhat speechless. He looked at the man beside him and said, "This is my second body." "Ah." Shin Jini said in shock, "This is an avatar? I can't tell. Our Tian E race has two bodies. We were born with one. One soul, two bodies." Yan Qing said, "It should be difficult for you to understand, right?" "It's not too difficult." Shin Xiang said, "My name is Shin Xiang." "I'm Shen Jini." "I'm Guaning." Shin Xiang and the others also said their names. Because Shen Xiang was observant, he could see that Yan Qing had no ill intentions for the time being. "By the way, what are the Tianwu orcs that you mentioned earlier?" Shin Xiang asked, "Why did the 6 races of life soul give you a new home? It seems like you haven't been to other universes during this period of time, other than this new world defying stage universe. The other universes have already been destroyed by the Heaven's Eye orcs, causing the environment to be extremely bad." Yan Qing said, "Right now, the world-defying stage universe is the last pure land. I wonder how long it can last. Are the Tianwu beast men very powerful?" Guaning asked. "Very powerful." Yan Qing said, "The 6 clans of life soul did not give this place to us. They owe us." "Why do you say that?" Shin Xiang asked. "The Tianzhong beastmen were created by them. Originally, there was only the Heavenly Ho race. We lived in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. The 6 clans of life soul wanted to control the Heavenly Nightmare universe, but they couldn't beat us. After that, they captured many of us and secretly conducted research, creating a large number of Tianwu beastmen. In the beginning, the Tianwu beastmen were still very weak. But after hundreds of thousands of years, the Tianwu beastmen had evolved to become very powerful in the Heavenly Nightmare universe. It was difficult for us to exterminate them all." Yan Qing sighed. "Then what happened after that?" Guan Ying's expression was solemn as he said, "Did the Tianwu beastmen also come here?" "The Tianwu beastmen can't destroy us, but they can go and harm other universes. In the end, the 6 clans of life soul could not control them, so the other universes were destroyed by the Tianwu beastmen." Yan Qing said, "The Tianwu beastmen reproduce very quickly, and they dominate many universes. They control a large amount of resources, so they grow even faster. In other words, you all came from the Heavenly Nightmare universe." Shen Xiang remembered that there was another door in the Earth's core, but he did not know what it was for. That door was under the Azure Sea. The soul of the slaughtering Crimson Dragon had once flown over and then lost contact with it. "Yes, we made a deal with the 6 clans of life soul tens of thousands of years ago. They gave us a new home, but we also had to promise to stop the Tianwu beastmen here." Yan Qing said, "The Tianwu beastmen will definitely be able to come here. The sacred domain of the proud world universe will be the final battlefield between us and the Tianwu beastmen." Chapter 43:22. Indeed, they are all too treacherous. I never thought that they would hide so many things and have been harming the various universes for so many years. Guan Ying also agreed with what Yan Qing said. She had only recently found out how sinister the elders of the Life Spirit 6 clans were and how they had almost killed her. Previously, she had eavesdropped on the clan secrets and was almost killed by the clan elders using the power of Heavenly Succubus. Now, she knew where the power of Heavenly Succubus came from. The Life Spirit 6 clans had always understood the Heavenly Succubus race. They also had the power of Heavenly Succubus in their hands. But only a small portion of the upper echelons had it, and they would not use it normally. After all, the power of heavenly succubus could completely exterminate the life spirit 6 clans. However, now that the heavenly succubus race had come to the world-defying universe, they were even more wary of the power of heavenly succubus. You are from the Kuan race. Why are you here? Yan Qing looked at Guaning and asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, the life spirit 6 clans would not betray you. This is because the curse of the life spirit 6 clans is very terrifying. Those who betray them will be cursed. I couldn't stand what they were doing, so I left the life spirit 6 clans. After Guaning finished speaking, she looked at Shenxiang and said, I have a friend in the sacred region. I came here to warn him that the sacred region will face a crisis. Suddenly, a large number of shuttles appeared in the sky, and from time to time, a wave of golden shuttles or blue shuttles would appear. Brother Yan, how many people do you have? Shenxiang said. It seems like there are quite a few of them. At least 2 billion. Yan Qing also looked at the dense number of shuttles in the sky and sighed. So this will last for a long time. I hope everything will go smoothly. 2 billion? This gave Shenxiang and the others a huge fright, and there would definitely be more heavenly succubus beastmen. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Have you been sleeping in the shuttle all this time? Shanjini said. Did we disturb you by prying open the shuttle? That's not true. We were all woken up together. However, being woken up by an external force is not a bad thing. It allows me to wake up earlier than the others and understand the situation here. Yan Qing said, Do you know why we chose this place to build the space gate? Shen Xiang didn't feel that there was anything special about the Saint Profound Star. There were many stars that were more powerful than the Saint Mysterious Star. Therefore, Shen Xiang felt that there must be some other reason. I don't know. In short, this is the responsibility of the 6 life soul clans. As for why, perhaps only the royal family knows. Yan Qing shook his head and said, Brother Shin, it's best that you don't get close to the royal family. They are not as easy to talk to as we are. Then what are they like? Are they also very strong? Shenxiang asked. They're very strong, and they are cold and heartless. Not to mention the outsiders. Even the upper races and lower races like us are treated the same way. Yan Qing said, however, they're not so cold and heartless. Anyway, it's best not to interact with them. Why? Could it be that everyone in the Heavenly Nightmare Imperial family is the same? Shanjini said, I don't believe that they don't communicate with outsiders. The royal family has many rules, and they were forced to remember them since they were young. One of their strict rules is that they are not allowed to interact with outsiders. Yan Qing said, So I advise you not to provoke them, unless you can beat them, but that's impossible. Don't look down on people. Shinjini curled her lips. To be honest, our heavenly nightmare power is very powerful and can restrain any race. Yan Qing said. He smiled awkwardly and said, This is something that the 6 life soul clans know best. Even the 6 life soul clans are very afraid of our heavenly nightmare power. Yes, previously my soul was attacked by the heavenly nightmare power. If not for young Master Shun's help, I don't know when I would have recovered. Guaning nodded. Your soul was attacked by the 6 life soul clans' heavenly nightmare power? When did this happen? Yan Qing asked in surprise. Not long ago. It happened within this month. Guaning said. Impossible. Other than us, no one can expel the heavenly nightmare power in a short period of time. The upper echelons of the 6 life soul clans have mastered the heavenly nightmare power, and they have mastered it quite well. They can use the heavenly nightmare power to attack, which means that it cannot be expelled easily. Yan Qing said with a frown. So, in my opinion, the heavenly nightmare power is not that strong. Xinxiang said with a smile. I got rid of it easily. Yan Qing did not say anything because he did not believe that this was true, so he did not plan to continue discussing this matter. Their heavenly nightmare power was very effective against any race, especially when attacking the soul. As long as it succeeded, the other party would not be able to disperse the heavenly nightmare power in the soul without hundreds or thousands of years. After Guan Ying's soul was attacked by the heavenly nightmare power, it was dispersed not long after, unless the heavenly nightmare royal family attacked. But the heavenly nightmare royal family had only just arrived. Many flying shuttles landed on the sea. Why did you land on land? Shen Jini asked. Because we do not need to participate in battle. We're not good at fighting. Yan Qing said, we are in charge of creating weapons and equipment or making food. We do not need to run to the front to fight. Your division of labor is so detailed. Xinxiang laughed. Then are you in charge of creating weapons and equipment or food? I am in the food manufacturing group. My main job is to sort out and grow medicinal herbs. Yan Qing said. You also have medicinal herbs? Then, do you also need to refine pills or something? Chapter 43:23. Brother Shin, the heavenly oyster origin ginseng is like grass in our heavenly nightmare universe. There's no need to exchange it. Just treat it as a gift to you. However, these heavenly oyster origin ginseng cannot be used to refine pills. First of all, the age is not enough, and we also need a few other supplementary ingredients. Yan Qing passed the medicinal ingredients in his hand to Xinxiang. After Xinxiang received it, he used his mind's eye to look at it. He did not expect that he would be able to tell the age. It was only 3 years old. Other than that, he could also tell that these two heavenly oyster origin ginseng were in excellent condition, and their quality was also very good. Could it be that my mind's eye has a better effect on the heavenly nightmare universe? Xinxiang thought. He had used his mind's eye to look at Yan Qing before, but he couldn't see much for the time being. Thank you, Brother Yan. After Xinxiang accepted it, he thanked him and then asked, how old do you usually need to be to refine pills? At least 1,000 years. However, we all have formations to speed up time and can allow medicinal ingredients to grow to 1,000 years in a short period of time. Yan Qing said, through our formation, we only need 5 years to grow 1,000-year-old heavenly oyster origin ginseng. Do you have such a formation? Shenjini was a little excited and quickly asked. Even Xinxiang and Guaning were very interested in this kind of time formation. The time formation is a secret of our clan. I can't get my hands on it. Yan Qing shook his head. Furthermore, the medicinal ingredients that are grown can't be brought out. If it's only a few years old, I have a lot of them. Why do you have medicinal ingredients of a few years old? Guaning asked. Could it be that you want to secretly grow some? In the heavenly nightmare universe, the heavenly oyster origin ginseng is the most common medicinal ingredient. Furthermore, its vitality is tenacious and there are as many of them as wild grass. We often have to go out and pick them as reserve seedlings. When we need them, we can put them into the formation and plant them, Yan Qing said. Because we want to come to the world-defying universe, we have stocked up a lot. Xinxiang planned to use the lifeless heavenly due to nurture 1,000 years old one. Then he would try to refine pills and see if this kind of heavenly nightmare power could improve his mind's eye. Brother Yan, do you have a heavenly oyster origin pill? Xinxiang asked. I wonder if we can eat pill. Of course you can't. Those who didn't cultivate and grow up in the heavenly nightmare universe will be in so much pain that they'll wish they were dead. Yan Qing hurriedly warned, don't eat those 2 heavenly oyster origin ginseng. Even though there's only a tiny bit of heavenly oyster power inside, it's enough to make you feel very uncomfortable. I understand. Xinxiang nodded. This made him even more determined to refine the heavenly oyster dan. By the way, how are you going to deal with the Tianwu orcs? Xinxiang asked again. Is there any way to restrain them? There's no good way. We can only attack them with great power. Yan Qing shook his head and said, the Tianwu beastmen also have alchemists and powerful equipment. Their standard is about the same as ours. What? How are we supposed to fight then? Shanjini said in shock. I thought they were just barbaric and cruel beastmen without any intelligence. Not at all. They have the same intelligence as us, and their bodies are even stronger. Yanqing sighed. In ancient times, our heavenly nightmare universe had many heavenly nightmare beasts. The 6 clans of life spirit used the heavenly nightmare beasts and our Tianwu orcs to transform and fuse them, creating the Tianwu orcs. How despicable. Jini gritted his teeth and cursed. Now these Tianwu orcs have come to harm our world, defying stage universe again. The heavenly nightmare beasts were all eaten by the Tianwu orcs. It was because they ate all the heavenly nightmare beasts that they evolved to become so powerful, making it difficult for us to suppress them. Then they expanded to multiple universes, Yanqing said. The 6 clans of life spirit originally wanted to use the Tianwu orcs to suppress us. However, even they can't suppress the Tianwu orcs now, so they can only cooperate with us. They let you fight in the sacred domain, and in the end, both sides will be injured. Then they will come and catch both sides in one fell swoop. Xinxiang spread his hands and said, The 6 clans of life spirit have a good plan. It's obvious. Jini snorted. Who knows? They might have an even more despicable move, which is to curse you. Their curse power is very strange. As long as they are in the world defying stage universe, they can curse you. Very likely. Guaning nodded. This is something that the royal family discussed with them. We also believe that the royal family is clear about the pros and cons. Yanqing looked at the latest batch of golden shuttles and flew into the distance of the sea. They're going to fight. I can't stay idle either. I will walk around and see where is suitable to grow medicinal herbs. Farewell, everyone. With that, Yanqing jumped down from the 6 realms mirrors with a second body. He couldn't fly either, so he could only run on the ground. Little scoundrel, what do we do next? Jini asked. Let's go find the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch first. Xinxiang said. He has a large number of heavenly jewels. I am in urgent need of heavenly jewels right now. He controlled the 6 realms mirrors and flew towards the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch floated in the air with tens of thousands of Scarlet Dragon clansmen. Dragon Lord, did you take the dragon egg? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch asked anxiously. He was very concerned about the gigantic dragon egg. I took it away. Otherwise, that sky pit wouldn't have appeared. Xinxiang laughed bitterly. This time, you guys are in deep trouble. What exactly is going on with these things? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch didn't know either, but he said in fear, I saw a lot of things similar to the heavenly nightmare altar flying out.